Cool. What's up, everybody? Stream should be live. Switch it to live chat. Let's make sure we are live on my phone. Holy cow, what a day. What a day. Okay. Get the volume turned down. Chill dev stream. Hey, look, that's me. Sweet. Gotta love it. Oh my god. It was funny, I turned on OBS and I still had my death count turned on from playing Terraria. That cracked me up. Anyway, so, oh, what a day at work, man. What a day. All right, let's see if I can wake up here and let's convert this stress into some lines of code. All right. So, let's see. I can see in my README here where I left off. So it's figuring out ship customization window still. I got upgrade placement working. I need to prevent overlapping, stacking upgrades in the same spot. That's going to be a more heavy lift than I anticipated. I need to work on cell upgrades. I started this, but I wasn't feeling up to it right now. So that's what that's when I stopped. And then once that's done, do something similar for weapons. So I think I'm gonna knock the rest of this out except this part. I feel like that's gonna be that's all gonna be logic in the placer node. So I can skip it for now, and I can do it. I can tackle that later when I feel when I feel up to it. For now, let's just knock out some of this stuff. So what we're talking about here is if we go load our game, we land. Go to ship, customize our ship. So we can go to shop for upgrades. You can see we can buy these upgrades here. And then I can place it on my ship and it shows up here. And so now we have this sell upgrade button over here, but nothing happens when you click it. So I gotta do that. That's what we're doing. Now I have this ugly ass upgrade on my ship. That's funny. I should also make it so you could like scale the upgrade down. I think that'd be okay. So I think that'd be cool. Anyway, let's knock that out. So let's pop open our UI shipyard. And then I just have a hodgepodge of random bullshit down here that's all related to just the shipyard stuff, which is fun. So we're doing customize window. That's where all this stuff lives. So in here, we have our ship modifications, which I'm gonna just name this I'm just gonna name it upgrades. Just to be consistent, right? So save that, and then I'm gonna, so this mod buy button, if we look at our script here, oh, mod buy works, but oh, right. Replacing this upgrade placed. There's mod, we're doing all that. Upgrade placer. So where am I actually creating the button to self upgrade? So that's displaying the UI, but where's the button to actually? So this is on mod by button, so it's connected to that, which displays the thing. But when I actually place it, so placer actually places it. We have an update UI function. That's it. So update UI goes through and does this stuff, and then for every upgrade, we are creating a label and a button wrapped inside an HBox container. And so we're connecting that button of the cell to a cell upgrade method, which is right here, which I have a big old fatty to-do that I wrote myself. So we have to create a confirmation prompt, show how much money you will receive, show how much mass space you will recover, show any effects you will lose. If accepted, delete the node from the ship, adjust our save data, and recalculate stuff. Once it's done, we need to overwrite our save file. Okay, so we got to do all that. That's fun. So I'm just gonna start here, I guess. So we got to create a confirmation prompt. So I got to figure out how I want to do that. So I guess we can confirm. Let's see. How did I do it? So like if we go and we run this, we go in shipyard, Bilbo Swaggins, browse ships. If I go to like buy a ship, maybe one that I can afford. We have like, are you sure you wish to purchase the Synthocracy Light Fighter for a final price of 11.5 million? So this is obviously a rough thing, but it's a confirmation prompt, I think. So I have some logic somewhere that I already did something with. So if we go back to my, let's see, what is it called? Buy ship window. So if we go to buy ship window, and we look at this button buy, this is connected to on button buy pressed. Let's go look at the code. So what this does is this creates var prompt equals center container. Oh, so I already made a confirmation prompt. Look at me go. Okay, so we have a confirmation prompt. Do the thing, yes or no. Kind of fun. Inspector. It has a theme. And it, okay, so let's overwrite that theme with our basic UI one that we did. Do the thing, yes or no. Okay, cool. And we have a panel. Pop-ups will hide by default unless you call the pop-up or any of the pop-up functions. Yep, we got it. That's fine. So it's a pop-up dialog, which I named panel. Okay. Maybe I started with a panel first and I changed it. So that's interesting. Anyway, let's look at what it does. So we have two signals. Yes and no, basically. Confirmation prompt no, confirmation prompt yes. On ready. So there's an action description that we need to set. So we can just make a little formatted string, pass it in there, and it will basically say, hey, do you want to do the thing or not? Right? Okay, cool. So then we will, so it just does panel.popup. Well, it does, I don't know why I called it panel, but that's what it's called. Anyway, whether we select no or yes, it just sends a signal and deletes itself. So we can connect both of those signals. We could even potentially just ignore the no signal. We can only worry about the yes, because if it hits no, it destroys itself, which is fine. So I think I can make this work. Let's go back to our customize window. Customize. Oh yeah, we want to save this too. I did make a change to the theme. So we already have confirmation prompts done. So actually we can create a confirmation prompt. So we'll just do, I'm just going to copy that whole thing. Create a confirmation prompt. We'll move it right here. Biggity boom. So var, we'll just do prompt. I'll just do confirmation prompt. It's a long variable name, but whatever. And this is going to be of type. It's not a type, is it? I didn't make it a type, did I? It's basically a center container. So it's not its own class. It's a center container. So we'll do center container equals, and we will do a load. And we're going to load that confirmation prompt. I'm just going to copy path, paste that bad boy in. And then we're going to do dot instance, because it's a custom thing. And then we're going to just do, so now we need to basically format the string of what we wish to display to the player. I keep wanting to say user, because I've been in a business world for the last, 8-9 hours. All right, so var, message string. We don't need string. We'll just do is string equals. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to build this up. It's not a rich text label, I don't believe. No, it is just a label. So we will just simply say, let's see, are you, let's see, sell this upgrade? And then what I can do is I can just do like a new line, and I could say, this will remove it from your ship. I'm going to put that in like parentheses because I feel like that's awesome. Okay. And then to avoid like a big long string that just goes off the edge of the string here, I'm just going to do message plus equals. We'll just append more stuff to it. So I'm going to do 2 new lines right here at the end of that. And then we're going to put, basically, we need to put what stuff we are losing. So we already have the upgrade node being passed in. So that means we have access to the upgrade data. What's up, Darman? Welcome back. So we already have access to the upgrade data that we're passing in. So let's see. How do I want to format it? Let's take a look at the upgrade data. Upgrade is a node 2D. Upgrade data, example of a shape. I don't know if it's still this way. Let me check upgrades. I think I might have changed it again. No, we still have our upgrades. It's just now we have limit and required mass as well, and yeah. That's the change I made. So let's just copy this. Make sure that it's actually up to date here. We'll put that there. We'll put that there. And then what we'll do is we'll just comment that out along with the rest of it. Okay, so basically we can go through any of the effects and say, you will lose this stuff, right? So these are the effects that it grants. Yeah. And tags require tags, okay. So another interesting point of order, tags. When I add an upgrade to a ship, I'm not messing with the tags of the ship itself, which is fine. So I shouldn't have to like worry about revoking tags from the ship once an upgrade is removed. So that should be okay. That's fine. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Yeah. All right, so let's see. All that's fine. So we got to do that. So we have to put what upgrades we're missing. So I'm going to say, let's see. Effects you will lose. Okay, so I'll do that. And then I'm just going to do like a new line here. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to basically add our own like little list. So then what we can do is we can say for effect in upgrade dot upgrade data dot effects. So this could fail if I mean, it shouldn't ever fail, but I mean, it has a possibility. So we have that, and then we can go, so whenever we're adding an upgrade, we're always assuming that we're adding it. So we're always plus. So this we can do like a minus. We can basically take that value and we can, whatever it is, we can multiply it by -1 to make it negative, and then we can display it. Because sometimes maybe there might be an upgrade later on that decreases a value, and that might be a positive thing. So think like boost cooldown, right? If you have a lower boost cooldown, that's actually a positive. So I have to do some thinking on how best to handle that. The more I think about it, the more it's like this whole upgrades list here. Every one of these effects should probably be its own like object, its own dictionary that specifies like, hey, acceleration speed, what does this give you? What are some properties that we can define for acceleration speed? So for example, like the user-friendly string of acceleration speed, the value that it does, whether this value is positive, like is it a good thing if it's being increased? That's something to note. So I feel like effect is something that should be defined. Here I'm just like, oh yeah, effect, here's a number, do a thing, haha, which is probably not ideal. But I just want to get this working at this point, and I don't want to fight with this anymore. Because I feel like I'm just refactoring my code like every time I write something. So for effect, in upgrade data effects, we want to basically, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to have to do that because think about all these stupid like match statements I'm doing here. Like, oh, it has this. The tooltip string equals that, and we have to format positive or negative based on blah, 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 blah. We should just have all that as part of the effect. You should be able to say, hey, this effect, give me the user-friendly string, give me the value, and then whether it is bad or not. Like, right? So I should probably do that. So maybe in upgrades, maybe I'll just make like an effect list. So list of upgrade effects and what they do. So var, we will do effect list of type dictionary. We'll do that. And then so we will just correspond the effects to what the variable names are, just like we are doing before. So let's do ax speed. And this will also be a dictionary. So what are some key things that we need to keep track of here? So I'm just gonna frickin' spitball some notes right here. So what are some things that, what are some basically properties that an effect should have in the context of upgrades, right? So we probably need what variable it affects, and this correlates to the variable on our ship, which is not great because in a perfect world, every component shouldn't have any knowledge of any other components. It should only care what it cares about. But the whole fucking purpose of this shit is to affect the upgrades in the ship. So I don't want to build this into the ship. I guess I could have behavior on the ship that's set to, I don't know, man. My brain hurts. What variable it affects correlates to variable on ship.gd. We'll do that for now, and we'll put a big old to do. I know this sucks. Okay. There we go. So, what variable it affects? We also need to know user, I guess, yeah, end user friendly string example. We'll do like an example. Acceleration speed. We'll put that in quotes. As opposed to X speed, because they're not going to know what the fuck that means. Okay, cool. They're also going to need whether or not increasing this value has a positive effect. Example, boost cooldown, right? Increasing that, I think, right? Unless I have that programmed. So boost cooldown timer. I don't think I'm even using the boost variable yet in my ship code. So whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Positive effect. And then there's something else we needed to store. Obviously, so what variable it affects. So we have that. We need basically like the magnitude of what it does. The magnitude of what it would affect. Like by how much, basically, right? We have to have that. And then we need to have, there's one other thing. I'm trying to think, what the hell was it? End user friendly string. Whether or not increasing this value has a positive effect. That should be good to go for now. Yeah. We'll leave it at that for now. So let's say effect list axe speed. And we can say that we're going to have I guess I could name this title as well. So we'll just name this var name, and we'll just make sure this is also axe speed because that corresponds to what's on the ship. So then we can have so var name, that basically what it correlates to. Then we can have the magnitude, so magnitude, and for this we can do like 0.0 or whatever. The magnitude would be dependent on the upgrade, I would imagine. I feel like this is all details that should be as part of the upgrade scene. I'm gonna get rid of all that. Tell you what, it was a hell of a day at work. I can't even form a complete thought right now. I might switch gears and do something like a chill game stream or something like that, because I think I have a feeling I'm gonna be making a bigger mess of my code if I continue doing what I'm doing. So for effect and upgrade data.effects, effects you will lose. So then we have to go through and basically check all the shit again. So I'm just gonna, for now, let's remove this. And then I'm gonna put a to-do here. Figure this out. We'll just put a to-do there for right now. And then we will also add message plus equals. Let's see, what do I want to do? Say regained mass, and then we'll put plus. We'll basically put in what was it? So upgrade data what was it, required mass. So we'll put that there. And message plus equals, and we'll just do a new line at the end. I forgot that. New line. Required mass, we'll do plus new line. And then we'll go funds you will receive. And we'll do a little calculation here. So basically it's like the base price multiplied by the modifier divided by 2, because you only get half price for like selling it. Yeah. All right, so how do we calculate that? So we have upgrade data base price. So we're gonna have to format this as a string anyway. So we're gonna do string, and then we're gonna wrap that in opening parenthesis. Then we're gonna do multiplied by, and we have access to the location data here, correct? We have location name. Yes, we do. So then we can multiply that by the locations dot list. We can put location name, and then every location so shipyard upgrades. Oh, and it's per frickin' upgrade. So we can do shipyard upgrades dot upgrade name. Oh my god, that's a handful. So let's see, format the message. Let's see, calculate the price or the funds you will receive. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to do var amount, which is a float. It's going to equal. I'm going to cut this shit out here for right meow. I'm going to put that right here. Times locations list location name dot ship. Is it shipyard upgrades? Yeah, shipyard upgrades. And then we'll do basically what our upgrade name is, which is also stored in upgrade data. Upgrade dot upgrade data. This is messy as fuck. And it's called title, I believe. So that should give us that. And then we can do float amount or string amount. And then what we're going to do is, once we do that, I'm going to wrap these in parentheses. And then I'm going to divide that bitch by 2. That's the wrong slash. Divide by 2. There we go. Cool. So funds you will receive. Strength. So we got string amount. Plus we'll do a new line after. And then, yeah. And then we'll end it with like a call to action. Are you sure you wish to message plus equals? Are you sure you wish to sell this upgrade? Boom. So once we have that, then we can say, hey, confirmation prompt dot, what was it? Action description equals message. I mean, I guess I could have done, instead of declaring a new variable, I could have just been using that the entire time, but I mean, this is already like pushing all the text pretty far to the right anyway, so we'll leave that. And then we have to set our message, add to scene, and hook up signals. I think we also have to call its pop-up method as well, if I remember right. Or does it do that for us? It does that for us. It does it on ready. And it sets the text for us on ready as well. Cool. So, we are going to, let's see, I should just add child to us. Confirmation prompt. Done. And then we'll do confirmation prompt connect. The signal that we're going to connect is confirmation prompt yes. And the reason why I went with such a long signal name is because if you have like the same signal for multiple things, it gets messy. Mr. Redicor, what's up? Welcome to my tired, low energy, chill dev stream. But hey, we're making something work. So confirmation prompt.connect. We're going to connect it to ourself, and we are going to connect it to a what was it, cell upgrade? No, we already have cell upgrade. We can say cell upgrade clicked. Maybe I'll just name it cell upgrade for real. We'll call it that. I like that. We'll do that. It has like a little bit of humor to it. So then we'll get that confirmation prompt, which will basically pass it to func cell upgrade for real function. And we're going to have to pass in the upgrade here as well. So it's going to be upgrade of type node 2D. So that means I'm going to have to include a array of what parameters we want to pass in, because that's how signals work in Godot 3. So upgrade, not going to specify a return type because it's a signal connector, and that gets weird in Godot 4. I don't know if it does in Godot 3. Cell upgrade for real. Okay. Player has selected yes on the confirmation prompt. Let's do the thing. So I've done this stuff a little bit. Not really shown what effects you're going to lose yet, because that's a bit tedious, but if accepted, delete the node from the ship. So we need to delete that node. So this gives us the reference to the actual node on the ship itself on the screen. So we can get rid of that. We have to adjust our save data and recalculate stuff. So we already have player data. And when we are placing the upgrade, we're basically player upgrade. So we're modifying the player data save file. We're adding it to our ship. And then we're saving the player data. So we can just remove it from the ship. We can remove that from our upgrade save data. How are we going to get that shit? I guess I can just get it from the position. Because position will match the upgrade. But realistically, I should just remove it from the ship and then recalculate all the upgrades and stuff on the ship and then get that fresh from the player instance that we have initialized. So player has selected yes on the confirmation prompt. Let's do the thing. First, let's adjust our funds and mass. So we're going to do player data dot, what is it called? So in our save data, if we go back to ship, this is why I would like to have static types in Godot, like custom types, like Go has, to where I could just see and like it'll autocomplete and tell me what fields there are. That'd be amazing. We don't have that. Not in here. So I have to go through all this shit. So let's take like a save. This is what basically we are crafting. This is what determines what the player data is. So we have save data. We have used mass, so we can subtract that by the amount. Player data.used mass minus equals, and then we can do upgrade data.required mass. This definitely needs to be thought out and reworked, because I cobbled it together and it is cobbled as hell. Absolutely. First, let's adjust funds and mass. So we did mass, player data dot. So since I've already calculated the amount, I'm also going to pass that in as well. I don't want to calculate that again. And then we will just put a cell value. And this will be a float. So we will just player data dot inventory data dot funds plus equals, and we can do cell value. So I believe that's what it is, because if we go to back to our ship, inventory data, which is right here, funds and bulk. Okay. Cool. We have that. That part should be good. Now, remove the upgrade from the ship. What's the word? Apply. Let's see. Reset and apply upgrades on player instance. Get new info. We'll break this out. Remove the upgrade from the ship. So we'll do player. Actually, no, we don't need to do that. We just need to do upgrade dot queue free, because the upgrade that we're passing in is the actual link to the upgrade that's on our player instance ship. At least I believe it is. So we can do that. So then we can do remove upgrade from the ship, and then we can have our ship recalculate its variables. So the ship has a method which was update values based on save data, and I think we also have something else. Reset and apply all upgrades. So this will go through, it's going to go through all of its upgrades, children. By the time this fires, that instance that we just flagged for deletion might still exist. However, it will not be a valid instance. So it will skip that one, and it will go through and it will just recalculate and only apply the upgrades that it has left. Which seems kind of a weird way of doing it now that I think about it. I could have just like removed the stat from it or whatever, but whatevs. I wanted to have the separate modifier variables in case I do like percentage modifiers too. Because if you just do static value modifiers, then yeah, I could have just, I wouldn't even need the modifier variables. I can just say, oh yeah, acceleration speed is minus, you know, whatever the upgrade gave you as a bonus, and I wouldn't have to recalculate it. However, if I want to do like some percentage upgrades, which I do eventually, I have to have those separate modifiers anyway. I think. I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. So we have our ship recalculate its variables. So we can do player instance dot what is it? Reset and reapply all upgrades. And then now we can say get updated data from our player instance. So what data are we going to need to get specifically? So we've already updated this. In our player save data, we're just basically storing the upgrades that we have. So we just have to re-get the upgrade save data. And I think I have a node for that. I think anyway. Update values based on save data. So where are we getting that from? Upgrade save data. So we're, oh, okay. We are legitimately getting that from, okay. Either way, we can just call player instance.save. That just returns a dictionary. And then we could just take what we need from that dictionary, because we don't want to overwrite everything based on our player instance. Or maybe we do. I don't know. For now, I'm just going to cherry pick what I want. So we're going to say player. We're going to say updated info I'm gonna say I had to declare it first. Variable update info of type dictionary equals player instance dot save. So that's going to give us that dictionary. And then we are going to cherry pick the things we want to update in our save file. So now we have that, we can do player data dot upgrade data. I think it's what it's called. Upgrade save data. Upgrade save data equals updated info dot upgrade save data. And then we will actually save our player file. Actually save the data. Missed E in 262, by the way. Let's take a look. 262 player data upgrade. Good catch. Thank you. Upgrade save data. Actually save the data. Then we will do, I think it's just util dot save player data. And then we have to pass in the player data dictionary, which is fine. So we can just pass that in. Player data. And then we have to update our UI. So then we have to update UI. So those are kind of like superfluous comments because clearly my code is named for what it's doing. So I don't know. It's not really conducive to clean code, but this is not really clean code. Maybe I should hop into coding too. It's all just details, man. Once I kind of understood this one thing, coding became a lot less intimidating. And that is that, everyone thinks that computers are super smart. They're not. They're stupid. They only do exactly what you tell them to do. And whatever language you're using is kind of how you speak to them. And you have to break out like every frickin' detail. So once I understood that, everything clicked. As far as, like, for me anyway. But all these little things, you're just basically breaking down little instructions on what you want it to do. And yeah, but it's all just logic. If you have attention to detail, you can make it work. If you can understand like 5 basic data types and how they're used, and then like the fundamentals of logic, which are basically just like if statements, you can do a lot with just that. So update our UI. Cool. Let's test it and see what broke, because I'm sure I messed something up. Let's load. I'm going to go back to my ship. So you can see I have this one upgrade on this guy right here. Kind of looks silly. Maybe I don't want to have faster acceleration speed. So I'm going to sell the upgrade. Okay. Regain mass. Invalid operands, string and float operators. So I forgot to cast it as a string. Or basically convert it. Because this is a integer. So require regained mass. We'll rerun this. Yo, thanks, even though I'm already a programmer. Oh. Okay. Kind of caught me off guard there. Haha, good job. Customize your ship. So sell upgrade. Okay, so we do have our confirmation prompt. However, it's set to a static size and doesn't scale. So the confirmation buttons are off of the prompt, which looks really stupid. This does not look good. English is not my first language, so I apologize for that. Never apologize for just being able to speak different languages, man. That's awesome. I only speak one language, and I suck at it. So you know what? You're doing way better than I am. Nice. All right, so I need to fix this whole frickin' dealio. But if I hit yes, it didn't do anything. So what broke? If I go to my debugger, what broke? Nothing. Did I not actually connect the signal properly? What went wrong? Cell upgrade. Confirmation prompt connect. So we added the child to it. We did that. Confirmation prompt, yes. Self. Cell upgrade for real. That's what I named this. So we're passing in the upgrade and the amount. So it's doing the thing. Upgrade queue free. Reset and apply all upgrades. Player data. So let's see if this is even firing. So let's just do print. Hello. Put that in there. Let's run it. Load. Jump in. Customize. Sell this shit. So it's not even firing. So why is it not firing? Confirmation prompt. Emit signal. Confirmation prompt, yes. We did connect the signal. It's obviously getting all this stuff because we can see all this stuff on the screen. So it is doing that. So yeah, let's go take a look at the 2D thing here. So let's see. This pop-up panel looks like it's all this stuff's defined. So what other pop-up methods do we have? Let's take a look at the documentation. Pop-up dialog inherits from pop-up. So we have pop-up centered, pop-up clamped, pop-up centered minimum size. Pop-up. Show the control in the modal form in the center of the screen relative to the current canvas transform, ensuring the size is never smaller than minimum size. Okay. So maybe we should do that. Because I feel like... Let's try that. Let's go to the script, confirmation prompt, pop-up, centered, min size. Let's try that. Oh, we get to pass in a minimum size. I see. Whereas pop-up just displays it. Oh, I meant into coding session right now. I got you. Yeah. I'm not sure what... I don't really want to mess with this. I wanted to dynamically do it based on the content. Which I think if we go to the 2D, confirmation prompt is a center container. So this should basically scale to whatever I need it to. So position. So what happens if we just hit pop-up centered? I'm curious. Load. Actually, no, I need to do this. Pop-up centered. Save. Run it. Load. Customize cell. That does not pop up centered. That is not... Anyway. Oh, it's still... Okay. I don't think I'm using this right. We'll put that back to how it was. So I'm wondering if before we do this, if we should, so pop-up centered, pop-up, show the control in the modal form. So pop-up, pop-up hide. What if we hit pop up again? Does that automatically... Hmm. We do have a set as min size method. Hmm. Not sure. Pop up centered. Oh, so we pass in the size to pop up centered. That's why. Yeah. Weird. Anyway, let's just change this back to pop up for now. And then what I'll do is, for ease of use, so either way, let's go back here. And then just for fun, what happens if I just call like pop up again? It should delete the entire thing. So it shouldn't matter if it's popped up or not, because we're deleting the entire damn thing, which this is also a part of. So that should be fine. Doing that. Do the thing, yes, do the thing. Save. Okay, load, this should be back to what it was. Customize, sell. Okay, yes. Sell this upgrade. This will remove it from your ship. Effects you will lose. To do, figure this out. Regain mass. Funds you will receive. That's not formatted at all. Are you sure you wish to sell this upgrade? If I hit yes, nothing happens. In fact, I can't do anything else either. So let's go to like the monitors. Do I have like a memory leak? Is something stuck? It's still processing, but it's acting like I can't click on anything else, which tells me that like the modal is still popped up. Weird. Weird. Let's view the documentation. So pop up, sub window, helpers for custom pop-up behavior. All pop-up methods ensure correct placement within the viewport. Okay, cool. Visible. Pop-up exclusive. Okay, so either way, it should have a feature where like if you have a pop-up and you click outside of it, it should just take you back. The act of popping that up is like disabling the whole rest of my fucking thing. Huh. That is weird. I don't think I like that. I don't know why it's doing that. It's supposed to be a simple thing. Because this whole thing is going away. So maybe... Is this still somehow capturing input? I don't even know at this point. Confirmation prompt. We're not even getting this message when we click yes. Confirmation prompt dot connect. Confirmation prompt yes to self. To sell upgrade for real. Which is right here. It's highlighted. We're passing in the upgrade and the sell value. And we're not even getting this. It's almost like doing queue free is stopping it from emitting the signal, but it's still closing itself. and shit's still jacked. So maybe I should add like a... Maybe let's do this. Let's emit a signal. I'm going to add a timer to this. Add child node. Timer. I'm going to add a timer to it. It's going to be a 1 second. It's going to be a 1 shot. And it's going to auto start. No, not auto start. So then we're going to, let's see, start. First, we're going to call pop-up again to see if it shrinks us, because that's the first thing. So we should be able to say, hey, panel.popup. Oh, interesting. It's having us specify bounds. What a pain in the ass. Pop-up centered minimum size. And we'll say the minimum size for this, let's just take a look at what we have for the UI. 600 by 300. Whatever. So vector 2, 600, 300. And then we'll just call that again. I want to see what it does. Load. Customize your ship. Sell. I'm going to hit no. You know what I bet it's doing? I know exactly what it's doing. Since the buttons are outside of the... Okay. I know what it's doing. That's so stupid. I'm an idiot. So I could fix all of this by also connecting a signal. So let's see. Let's go to this node inspector. So whenever this pop-up hides, I want to connect this signal to also destroy this parent node, because that's covering everything. Yo, actually, question, how big is your project roughly? I mean, in reality, it's probably pretty small, but with all the crap I've got, it's pretty massive. In terms of all the nodes and everything I've got. There's a git command I can run to see like lines of code, but that includes all the files and everything. It's not quite true, but so I've got, I don't know. I mean, I guess I could just show you all this stuff down here. So this is like the root of the folder. So we have a few auto, like I have some audio manager stuff. I have a bunch of auto loads, which are basically like my global scope stuff, which have a bunch of data dictionaries in there. I have a whole few classes here. And then I have some data files, which are like star system mapper tool stuff. I got a few fonts. I only have a few locations here currently, but I'm going to have more. I have other random scenes that kind of do various things. I got particles, which kind of suck. I got some projectiles. I was trying to play around with shaders, wasn't having much luck. And I have a bunch of ships. Gonna have a lot more. I have lots of sounds. Gonna have a lot more. Lots of sprites. Gonna have a whole lot more. I got items. I mean, I got locations. I got some location backgrounds, particles. I got UI stuff. More. The upgrades are recent. I got a bunch of weapons. So I have ships. I got all this stuff here, right? And then there's a bunch of some assets I purchased from, not purchased, but I got from Open Game Art that I'm using. And then also there's some placeholder stuff that was in use before. And then I have some assets that I purchased. So these are things that I actually bought to use in the game. I have the licensing info in the main README that I'm going to put in the game somewhere. And then for my UI, I have this editor that I stopped working on. It's like a modder ship creator tool. I have my shipyard, which has all these freaking nodes here. I have some UI themes. I have a title screen. Then I have a bunch of other random nodes here. And then that's basically, oh, there's still more. We have upgrades. I got some of those. We got weapons. I got some of those. And then there was add-ons, but that was the Godot Git plugin. I'm not even using that anymore. I could probably get rid of that. And then I have my main scene. So that's the totality of the entire project. It's kind of getting up there in size, but I'm trying to just get the core systems done, and then I can start fleshing out all the stuff, all the ships, locations, star systems, trade goods, upgrades, all that stuff, right? Events, and there's still a lot of stuff to do. So on panel pop-up hide, we just want to delete this pop-up. So we're going to say Q free yes. And then on top of that, can we launch this? So let's make this like 500 just for fun. See what it does. Load. Customize ship. Sell upgrade. Okay, that's a bit bigger. So now if I click out of here, I can now interact with my UI again. So that's fancy. Now I can go to sell upgrade. Yes. It removed it. Acceleration speed is still not correct. If I hit done and then go back into it. So, oh yeah, I haven't removed the actual effect yet. I should have though, because I went and like applied the upgrades and everything. It's still I still show that I have this upgrade. Yes, sell the upgrade. Interesting. So I wonder if, let's go back to my ship. Something's messed up here. So we're going through every upgrade. I'm just going to say, like, if is instance valid. We're getting the upgrade save data even if it's not valid. So we're going to say upgrade. And then we're going to do a thing here. Save. Let's try that now. Load. Customize ship. Sell that upgrade. Yes. That UI did not refresh. We still have the upgrade. Regained mass. Yeah, so that thing's toast. So I think so let's stop this. So let's go to update UI. So if we have upgrade, so we are getting rid of the old upgrades from our list. Then we're creating new buttons and stuff. So that should get rid of it. But for some reason, it's hanging around. Oh. Okay. Is this upgrade valid? So we're going to say if not is instance valid, upgrade. Not a valid upgrade, skip this iteration. And we'll do continue, which will stop execution on this current loop and then go to the next one. So let's see if that fixes it. Load. Go back to my ship. Sell the upgrade. It's still freaking there. Why? Not there. Okay. That's not working how I intended it to. Hello, hello. Okay, it's just doing a thing. So why is it not? Okay, so maybe the assumption that I made about the upgrade might not be correct. So for upgrade in player instance, We're doing player instance.upgrades get children. Okay. We're passing in the reference to that. Maybe the actual effect for upgrade is gone, but not the UI message? No, the upgrade's still there. It's not being removed yet, which is weird. So I think the assumption I made about the upgrade itself is... So basically when we do our player instance, we're loading our player data from our file, and then we are updating values based on save data. So we're passing in our save data. So it's doing that. And then it's also, so this update values based on save data goes through here, and it just basically sets some of the basic stuff. But then also it goes through, gets rid of all of its upgrades, applies the new upgrades, and then it goes through and resets and applies all upgrades. So wait a minute. Upgrades, add child, reset and apply all upgrades. Yeah, so that resets all the values and applies it, which is fine. And then, where was I? So yeah, so it does all that. So I was getting a reference to the upgrade, and I thought that if I delete that upgrade from the ship itself, when it goes and I'm triggering it, I'm doing the player instance, reset and apply all upgrades. That is... Oh, actually, I'm an idiot. That's not doing what I think it does. I think I called the wrong thing. So on a ready, update values based on save data. Reset and apply all upgrades. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so reset and apply all upgrades is not actually removing the upgrade, which is the problem. It shouldn't, it doesn't need to, because I was doing it manually here in update values based on save data. So maybe I could just, I see no harm in, hey, player instance, let's go back down to cell upgrade for real. Let's do, what was that thing called? Update values based on save data, and then we'll just pass in our player data. But the whole point of that was I wanted to be able to just remove that upgrade since it was on the ship. But now I have to remove it from... You know what? Fuck this. Let's put that back how it was. I'm going to player instance. No, because it's still tracking that fucking upgrade from the save file. So I have to remove that upgrade. So let's see what's being stored in the save file for the upgrade. So we are basically calling, hey, upgrade data equals... that's applying all upgrades. Where's my save function? Upgrade, get upgrade, save data. So we have to go to our upgrade. See, this is a huge fucking mess. How I engineered this sucks. I did it all wrong. It's all fucking convoluted. So these are what we're storing. Now, upgrade name is not unique. However, the position, in theory, should be. So if I compare the position X and Y to the... Okay, I think I can make that work. This is, again, super freaking jank. So let's do... remove the upgrade from the ship. So we're doing upgrade dot like queue free, which doesn't seem to be removing it from the ship, even though it should be. We will do This is a shitty convoluted system. And the more I try to brute force it, the worse it gets. I think I need to actually spend some time and go through and like refactor all of this shit. Because like I shouldn't have to do all of this every time I want to reapply and upgrade. I shouldn't have to... I guess I'm misunderstanding some core fundamental of Godot. I'm missing something simple. So in my auto loads, I have like a whole list of upgrades that has basic data about it, including what effects it has. The effects should probably have their own thing. I haven't even given any thought to this stuff yet. I have what tags they need, as well as the what tags this upgrade has, as well as the required tags. So a lot of the data is here. And then on the upgrade itself, which is the actual node that appears on the ship, it's a class, but I don't do anything with it. I just have this method that's just get saved data. Because basically I just store the name of it because I can pull that stuff from the master list, the auto load. I think I need to just spend some time. Let's do this. YouTube. Let's watch a video. Godotneers has good content. I like his stuff. Why am I not subscribed to him? I'm subscribed to him on my personal channel, but not my Axe Wizard channel. So let's see. He had a video which was something about basically data models. Using data to create extensible, maintainable games in Godot. This is an hour and 29.
Hello, Godotneers. When you start out with Godot,
So let me put my headphones on
build
for
all
this.
your game logic with Godot's nodes. And this works for a while, but when you add more and more features, it often becomes difficult to make these features play with each other. Often the same objects need to be used in different situations. For example, a weapon in your game may appear in the game world.
So let's see what sections he's got, because he's got good info. I usually watch this guy to fall asleep, because usually by the time I get around watching videos, it's late at night. And so I always like sleep off for the last few bits of the video, right? As a backend developer used to static typing with lots of well-defined design patterns, I can really appreciate that your approach feels a lot more like proper software engineering principles rather than just walking through how to write a snippet of code to do a task without any background on the choice. I love this approach. I would really love it if you did a video that covers properly how and why to use a certain object-oriented patterns, or yeah, object-oriented programming design patterns in Godot. So let's see, he's got the introduction, a database of items, using resources, building an inventory dialog, creating a crafting system, loading resources dynamically, maintaining a resource. So he also puts a link to his stuff on GitHub, which is amazing. So example project if you want to follow along. So I'm going to look up his example project. Okay, so there's a start branch if I wanted to follow along. That's kind of cool. So let's take a look. He's got data. What is data? So he's got items and recipes. Okay, so data looks like, okay, so it's a I see. So now he has a model, which is like, hey, this is what the data should look like when you start making data. He's exporting variables for all of it. He's making it a resource. Interesting. Yeah, let's just watch this video.
but should also be used in an inventory dialog. Modeling all of this with nodes only can become really difficult over time.
Yeah, I'm feeling that.
So in this video, we are going to explore how you can use data models to represent items in your game and how this
Where's my
greatly
notepad?
simplifies
There
the
it is.
development process. We're also going to explore how you can extend and combine these data models to add new features to your game. Finally, we are going to look at some tools that can help you with maintaining your data models so that you can easily tweak and balance your game based on player feedback. This is an intermediate level tutorial. To make the most out of it, you should have a basic understanding of GDScript and Godot's node and scene system. It will also help if you are familiar with Godot's user interface system, because we will build a few dialogues throughout this tutorial.
I'm checking all the boxes so far.
So we start with this little game, and this could be some kind of RPG or crafting game where the player can move around and pick up stuff and craft new items. Here we have our player, and we call him Mr. G.
Mr. G.
And Mr. G can only move around and collide with stuff, and that is about everything Mr. G can do.
Okay.
Now we want to implement a new feature where Mr. G can pick up stuff from the ground. Before we can teach Mr. G how to pick up stuff, we need to have something that Mr. G can actually pick up. So I have prepared this little pickaxe here. Now, how would we implement picking up an item? Well, the first thing we need to do
if it's 2D, I
is
could use
to
an
be
area
able to
2D.
see the thing that we want to pick up. So we need to put this little pickaxe into our world.
There you go.
And now when Mr. G walks over this pickaxe, he should automatically collect it from the ground and put it into his inventory.
Okay.
We're going
Magic.
to do the inventory part later and start with the collect from the ground part.
Got it.
For this, we need to detect when Mr. G walks over the pickaxe.
Okay, and we can do that.
And we can
Database
use an area
items.
3D for this. So let's tell.
Area 3D,
Now when
perfect.
Mr. G enters this area, then the area will call this new function on area 3D body entered.
Yep. Okay,
So, let's
pickaxe
create
data
a-
model. Cool. Let's back up just a smidge.
Up items. So it seems that we need some kind of object that represents a pickaxe, but isn't directly shown in the world.
Yes.
And this kind of object is often called a data model. It is just a simple object that stores information about an item, but it is not concerned with how the item is shown or how it is used in the game. So let's create a data model then. A very simple way to do this is to just have a dictionary that holds all the information about the items in our game. So let's create a new script, and we call this items.gd. This script is going to be our items database. Now we're going to delete all of this, and we can give it a class name so
Let's
we can
back up.
use
What
it
did
in
he do?
other
I was typing.
This script is going to be an items in our game. So let's create a new script, and we call this items.gd. This
Okay.
script is going to be our items database. Now we're going to delete all of this, and we can give it a class name so we can use it in other scripts. So let's call it items.
Items.
Now we
GD.
create a dictionary, which we call database, and this dictionary is going to be our data model.
This is the end state, so,
let's
he
add
gets
an
there
item
eventually.
to the
Okay.
dictionary.
No worries.
The first item would be our pickaxe, and we need to give this item an identifier or ID, so we can later refer to that item. Now we want to store a bit of information that describes our pickaxe, and for this we can just put a dictionary inside of our dictionary. And now let's think about which data would be interesting here. Well, the first really obvious thing is that we need a name for the thing, so let's add this information. And the name of this item is going to be pickaxe. So this should be enough information for now. We can go back to our pickup code and try to give this item to Mr. G. So how does Mr. G actually pick up the item? Well,
Yeah.
currently only the pickup knows that Mr. G has entered its area. So it somehow needs to tell Mr. G, hey, there's a new item for you. Would you please pick this up? And we can implement this by defining a contract for the pickup. And the contract could be, if you want to be able to pick up items, well, you need an onItemPickedUp method. So in our code for the pickup, we can just check if the body that has just entered this area, in our case Mr. G, has an onItemPickedUp method. And if this is the case, well, then we call this method and we give it the ID of the pickaxe as a parameter. So Mr. G knows what he has picked up.
That's fine.
And this is the ID that we have specified in our items database. Okay, so now we need to add an onItemPickedUp method to Mr. G's code. So we open the player GD file, and then we add a new method here, onItemPickedUp. And this method takes a string as a parameter, which is the ID of the item.
I always like how his videos, he starts out with just like, he starts from scratch, which is nice. He's got a super basic game here. He's just saying, hey, these are the things I want to do. And they're all logical things that you would want to do. And he also shows some of the pain points that you're going to run into later, which is a nice way of actually teaching stuff, which is nice.
Mr. G currently does not have an inventory, so we are just going to print out the name of the item that we picked up, so we can see that it worked. Print I got A, and then we can access our items database, and we use the ID that we have received as a parameter up here to find the matching item in our items database.
Just stopped in to mention how relatable your title is today. To be honest, I've already forgot what I titled this stream. Oh my god, it's been a day. Right now I'm watching a Godotneers video because I am tired of fighting with my terrible code on how I structured things. And I feel like I'm missing something very simple. And I'm going to watch this video and hopefully I can apply it. And I'll probably just end up having to refactor my code again. Oh, converting stress into terrible code. Wow, that was a good title. Holy shit.
Database.
Yeah.
So items, database, and then we give the item as a key. And now we can get its name by just typing .name.
Okay, so it's kind of similar to stuff I'm doing already.
Okay, let's try this out.
This is the part of the thing where he shows you like the pain points of an initial approach.
We can see down here it nicely prints I got a pickaxe.
I think I messed up.
So now let's also make the pickup disappear when Mr. G walks over it. So we go back to our pickup code. And after we have informed Mr. G that he has now picked up a shiny new pickaxe, well, we can just queue free the whole pickup and then it will disappear.
Yep.
Also, right now this code only works for pickaxes, so maybe make this item configurable. Let's go up here and we add a new export variable for our item ID. This is going to be a string. And now we can go to the inspector and type pickaxe into our new item ID field, right? And now we have a configurable pickup. And then we can use this item ID down here in our script where we give it to Mr. G. So we change this onItemPickedUp. And instead of the hard-coded string, we put in the item ID.
Hey, yo, sorry, I'll go now. It's 3:25 a.m. now for me. No worries, man.
In our 3D
Thanks for stopping by.
we still show the pickaxe.
But I will definitely watch your next stream. Well, I appreciate it, man. So today's Thursday. I probably won't stream again until Sunday night or Monday. But yeah, thanks for stopping by and have a good night. Get some rest, or I guess go to work if you're waking up early. I don't know, but have a good evening or day.
No matter which item ID we have configured here in the inspector.
I'm gonna try to follow along and see if I can unfuck my code.
And it would be really nice if our pickup would automatically show a 3D representation of the item that we have configured here in our inspector. So, how do we tell our pickup which 3D scene it should show? We could make another.
Also, small suggestion, it would be nice to have some quiet, chill music just to beat the silence. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to work on that. That's a good idea. Thank you. Definitely. good feedback
another
to have.
export, but then we would need to configure two things, and it's very easy to mess this up. So a better way would be to add the 3D scene as some information to our items database. So let's go back to items GD. And here we add a new property to our pickaxe, which we call scene. And then we can just drag in the pickaxe scene, and Godot will automatically create a string with the path to the scene.
So I'm already kind of doing that with my scene path.
Now we can go back to our pickup code and use this information. We add a ready method. And in there, we first load the 3D scene from our item database. And we can do this very similar to how we got the name of the item. So var scene is load. And then we go items, database. We give it this item ID from our export.
So I've got like the database part of it working. But this is the part I'm missing. This sort of like, I guess this is just, well, he hasn't even made it like a class yet or anything. This is just like a pickup he's making. But I don't know. I'll keep watching.
And then we load the scene. And now we have the scene in our hands, and we can create an instance from this. So scene instantiate. And then we can add this instance as a child of the pickup node. Okay, great. So we can kill this pickaxe model from our scene because it's now automatically created in our ready method. And let's see if that works. And yep, our pickup shows a nice 3D model of the pickaxe. Great. So maybe let's try to add a second item to our item database so we can see if this also works if we use a different item.
Okay.
We go back to our items GG script and we add a new entry here. And we give it the ID sword. And of course, it has the name sword. And we also add a reference to the sword scene. So we drag in the sword scene. Okay, so we can now go back to our main scene and let's reconfigure our pickup so it shows the sword instead of the pickaxe. And then
sword.
we can run the game.
You put a T there instead of a D.
Okay, something is not working. It looks like we have a typo here in our item ID.
That's one of the pain points I'm running into as well.
It would be better if there was no way to mistype this, but yeah, for now, let's just correct the typo and see if that works.
I want to see how to not to mistype it.
Restart the game, and now we can see that our pickup shows a nice sword instead of a pickaxe.
Cool.
And if we walk over the sword, we can see that now Mr. G prints out that he has picked up a sword. So you can see that represent.
Dude, this guy has an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080. Holy crap. He has got a beast machine. That's awesome. I think, I still have this game running? Whoopsie. You can see I got an AMD Radeon RX 7600 XT, which is like, I think it's the equivalent of like maybe the NVIDIA, 4060 or some shit, if they even have that. I don't know, but it works pretty good.
Items as a data model is really powerful because we can now easily add new items to our database, and all the game systems will be able to just use our new item immediately. So our pickup will be able to show these items in the 3D world, and our player will be able to pick them up. But our approach also has some drawbacks. Well, first off, we have the obvious drawback that it is very easy to introduce a typo here.
Yes.
We have just seen this when we configured the sword, but it's also easy to make typos in our item database itself because there's a lot.
Yeah, that's a problem I'm running into right now, is that all these freaking things I have, like all of my auto loads I have right now, like locations, right? If I bring up locations, if I make a typo on this, I have to go in here and fix it. Which, I mean, this is where everything's defined. I'm already kind of doing a similar approach to what he's displaying here, but this the way Godotneers always structures his videos, I love it. He goes through a perfectly logical scenario, and then all these issues that you encounter along the way, and then he gives you like the master solution, but he builds it as you go. So it's really cool.
A lot of strings in there.
So right now, like, I don't know whether to be kind of like relieved that I was on kind of the right path, or apprehensive that we're only early in the video and this is where he shows all the common mistakes. So it's necessarily not the right path, but I think, yeah. Oh my gosh.
The second problem is that we have hard-coded the paths to our 3D scenes into our items database.
Yeah.
And if we now move a scene to some new place, or maybe we decide to rename it, well, then our items database will just silently.
That's another problem I have too, is that this whole thing here, my project structure, is also shit. I'm going to have to reorganize this at some point, and I don't know. Do I have a collapse all option here? That'd be awesome if I did. But all this stuff here is not really laid out in the best way. I mean, there's some organization to it, and I know where things are because I freaking made the damn thing, but it's going to, as I start finishing all the core systems and I start scaling it out to adding all the stuff, like more ships, more weapons, more upgrades, more locations, etc., this is going to get even more unmanageable. So I'm constantly going to have to be moving stuff around, and then I have to go back in here and update all these fucking locations that I put in here. Yeah. So yeah.
break. Finally, if we think about it, this dictionary will be really hard to maintain once we add a few hundred items to it. So we would need to have a better way to structure our data that fixes all of these problems.
Yes, show me. So representing items with resources. Interesting. I have not messed with resources. So apparently the answer to all my problems is representing items with resources. Yeah, let's see what this entails.
Godot has a built-in feature for modeling all kinds of static data, resources. Everything that is static data in Godot is a resource. For example, scenes, textures, 3D meshes, audio samples, animations, they're all resources. Godot also allows us to create custom resources so we can model data that is interesting for our game. So let's create a new resource type for an item. We create a new script, and we name it item.gd, and then we're going to.
So we made it in a folder called model.
Now we give our new script class a class name.
So let's back up a little bit here. So resources.
Godot has a built-in feature for modeling all kinds of static data, resources. Everything that is static data in Godot is a resource. For example, scenes, textures, 3D meshes, audio samples, animations, they're all resources. Godot also allows us to create custom resources so we can model data that is interesting for our game. So let's create a new resource type for an item. We create a new script, and we name it item.gd, and then we're going to delete all of this. Now we give our new script class a class name, and we name it item. And then we let the script extend the resource class, so now Godot knows that this is a custom resource.
Interesting, okay.
Just like nodes, resources can export variables that we can edit in the inspector. So let's add a few variables for our item. We already know that we're going to need a name and the scene that we want to use as a 3D representation for the pickup.
Well, I think we're going to export the variables for the properties, I would imagine.
Export for name,
yeah.
And this is a string.
Variables
and
for the
second
properties.
export for the scene. And for the scene, we are going to use the packed scene type instead of a string. And using the packed scene has a few advantages, which we'll see in a minute. Let's save this, and then we can create a new resource in the editor. So we right-click, new resource, and now we can search for item, and we can see that there is a new entry in this tree, which represents the new item resource that we have just created. So let's select this item, and then click create, and then we can give it a name. Because we want to
Okay.
create an item for the pickaxe, well, we name it pickaxe.tres.
That's going to be
And now we
awesome.
can edit this resource in the inspector. Here we can give it a name, pickaxe, and we can select the 3D scene that should represent this pickaxe in our world. And because we made this field a packed scene, we can now use this quick load option here to quickly select our pickaxe scene. Also, Godot will automatically fix the scene path if we move around the scene or if we rename it. Now we have a resource that represents a pickaxe, but how do we use this resource in our pickaxe?
Let's back up a little bit. That was a key detail.
Make this field a packed scene, we can now use this quick load option here to quickly select our pickaxe scene. Also, Godot will automatically fix the scene path if we move around the scene or if we rename it.
Godot will automatically fix the scene path if we move it or rename it. Holy shit. Amazing. So that's going to be huge. That's going to help me out a lot. That's not the answer to all my problems yet, but we're not even halfway. We're not even a fourth of the way through the video. So this is already immensely helpful. Export variables for properties resource. Like so. Having a property of scene of type packed scene will save me a lot of trouble. Okay, love it.
Now we have a resource that represents a pickaxe, but how do we use this resource in our pickup? Well, let's go back to our pickup script. And instead of using a string here with the item ID, we can now refer to our item directly. So we change the name to just item, and the type goes from string to item. We also need to change the rest of our code so it works with our new item resource. So first we go to our ready function, and we do no longer need to load the scene here anymore because the scene is already part of our item. So we can delete this line, which loads the scene.
Perfect.
And here in the second line, we can just use the scene from the item and call instantiate on the scene. And down here, where we talk with Mr. G, we modify our contract so that our onItemPickedUp function now takes an item instead of a string. And if we now go back to the inspector, we can use the quick load option to select the pickaxe resource that we have just created. And this is a lot easier, and there's no way to introduce a typo. We also need to update our player script. So let's move over there and find the onItemPickedUp method.
No longer
and
a
now
string.
This parameter here is not a string anymore, but it is an item.
Cool, I like that.
Instead of accessing our item through the item database, well, we can just use the name directly from the item that we have been given as a parameter. And this also means that we no longer need our items database, so we can delete this whole script.
Oh.
Okay, let's try out if everything still works. We start the game. And we can see that our pickaxe appears in our...
Okay, so I was on the wrong path then. So he just basically deleted all of this shit. So all of this stuff that I've been doing, trash. Get rid of this bullshit, right? We don't need that crap. Because we're going to make it resources. Now, that makes sense. But the next question I have is, how do I easily retrieve stuff? I assume he's going to go into that.
Pickup. And if we walk over the pickaxe, we get our printout. So now we have a reusable pickup, and we can save this out as a separate scene. So we right-click the node, and then we select Export Branch as Scene, and we can name this pickup.tscn. And to keep things a bit organized, let's also create a folder named pickup. And then we drag the pickup script and the pickup scene into this new folder. So now it's very easy to add more items that Mr. G can pick up. So let's create a new item for a sword. And then we click create and name this sword.tres. And here in the inspector, we can give it a name, and we select the sword scene as a 3D representation of the sword in our world.
Okay.
Now we can duplicate the existing pickup and change its item from a pickaxe to a sword. And let's try if that works. We start the game. And Mr. G walks over the sword. And he also walks over the pickaxe. And we can see that he always picks up the correct item. This is nice, but it's not really terribly useful because we just print out the item and then forget about it.
Right.
So let's give Mr. G an actual inventory and show the inventory contents to the player in some kind of inventory dialog.
There we go. That'll show me how to like easily get the stuff. Not easily, but how he does it. So using data models in the user interface, or how to make a simple inventory dialog. So, okay. Because a lot of what I'm doing, especially right now, is I'm bumbling around with my user interface, trying to like display shit that's not necessarily in like an inventory, but I mean, it basically is. It's like properties of my ship. So yeah, this is good shit.
So let's start with the inventory. We create a new script, right click, new script, and we name this inventory.gd. And then we're going to delete the contents and we can start with our inventory. First, let's add a class name, inventory.
Okay.
And an inventory, well, it could be a node, but we really don't need any node functionality here. So we make it a simple object instead. So extends ref counted. And because ref counted is the default, we can just leave it out. So let's delete this line. Now we need a place where we store all the items that are in the inventory. So we're going to create a new array. So var content, this is an array of items. And we are going to initialize this with an empty array, so we don't need to do any kind of null checks.
So he's
We
in
also
Godot
need
4. So in Godot 4, you do allow types of dictionaries and arrays. I don't think I can specify typed arrays or typed dictionaries in Godot 3. So I won't be able to use that same syntax, but the premise still stands of what he's showing. Like
a function to add an item to the inventory. And this takes an item as a parameter.
So right here, he's basically sort of making a database, really. And he's basically going to create his CRUD methods, create, read, update, delete, I would assume.
And in here, we can just append this item to our content array. A function to remove an item from the inventory would also be nice. So let's add another function, remove item.
Yep, so there's our
This
delete.
also takes an item. And in here, we just remove the first occurrence of this item here that we get from our content array. And finally, we add a function that just gives us the contents of the inventory.
There's
we
our
call
read.
this get items. And this returns
read
an
all.
array
I gotcha.
of item. And we just return this content array.
So he makes it internal, so it's not accessible from the outside. The only way to get this stuff is through. I keep trying to highlight his code. Is through these methods. That feels more like what I'm used to at work, so that's nice.
Very simple inventory. We don't have any stacks.
Because right now I basically have like a class name. I have like a list, which is like a dictionary or an array, and then I'm just grabbing shit from it from wherever I want because it's global scoped, which is not a great thing to do. This is a little more structured.
For now, this is good enough. And now we can add this inventory to our player. So let's go back to our player script. And here we create a new variable, var inventory. And this is of type inventory. And we just make it a new inventory. Great.
Okay.
Now our player has an inventory and we can use this in our pickup function. So let's go down there to on item picked up. And here we just add the item.
What languages do you use at work currently? A few. I like working in Go because it's a statically typed language. I know how to like Go is not necessarily object oriented. It's more relies on composition as opposed to inheritance. But yeah, I like Go. For front end stuff, obviously you can't escape JavaScript, but I try to minimize how much JavaScript I use because it's the Wild West out there. There's a new JavaScript framework that comes out like every other week. And then I have to support other legacy stuff like Microsoft Access programs. So I'm dealing with like Visual Basic. There are some like .NET apps that I have to support that are written in like C#. And none of this stuff is really done well, right? So a lot of the programs I'm supporting right now, because I work for my local government, basically, is all legacy stuff that was written years ago by people who were like, hey, you're good at computers, you should be an IT person. Hey, you're going to be a computer programmer analyst. Here you go. How about that? And they're all kind of figuring out on the fly. So I'm supporting a lot of legacy stuff. I started making like a monolith service with Go to kind of make a platform to onboard everything onto as I rewrite it and migrate it. And I haven't really got to work on that much because, again, we're a small shop, local government. I wear many hats. I spend most of my time actually doing help desk tickets and like system administration and network administration, managing a virtual environment, managing the 29 different fucking consoles that we have to provide administration for. It's such a huge pain in the ass. It's amazing. But yeah, I hardly get to program anymore at work. There's too much other crap to do. So I spend most of my time doing everything but programming, exercising all of my skill set except the one I'm trained for, you know? And so I feel like my skills are getting super rusty. And then there's always that disconnect between, okay, business programming logic, how we actually make stuff at work, and then game dev, where I'm all self-taught in game dev. I started in 2009 in GameMaker 8, and yeah, I rigged everything up kind of on my own, like with tutorials. And you know, you give 20 different programmers the same requirements, you're going to get 20 different solutions. So it's like this hodgepodge mix of just randomness. And for some reason, I always have a hard time like transferring the skills I learned from work over to game development because I'm not sure how to apply them in the best way. So all of my game dev stuff, I've just been winging it. So this awesome video by Godotneers is able to help me because it kind of reconciles a lot of the stuff that I know on the business side that I never translated over to the game side. And I wasn't sure how to do any of this in Godot. I mean, I ported this game over to Godot like a while ago, mid-development. So learning a new engine. So this game I'm working on is the first game that I've made in Godot. It's a pretty large game. I've made a few other games since then that are mostly like small game jam games, but nothing of the scope that I'm doing here. So I've always had this disconnect on like, what the hell do I do for this stuff? How do I organize this stuff? I don't know any of this stuff in Godot. And to be honest, I should have watched videos sooner.
Item that we picked up to our inventory with the new add item function that we just wrote. Now it would be...
This is a nice approach because he can just do inventory of type inventory equals inventory.new. So since it's a resource, can we do that? Because every time I try to make like a class and do .new, it fucking shits the bed. Maybe that's a Godot 4 thing. I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh yeah, I enjoyed watching you make that change in your series. You've been around for that long? Holy cow. Yeah, that was like what, devlog 30 that I decided to port my game. And to be honest, I really haven't made that much progress since then. I mean, that's not fair to say, but over like the 3 years I've been working on this game, I haven't been working on it for the full 3 years. I've taken breaks from it, long breaks. And so I come back, I wonder what the hell I was thinking when I wrote my code.
Nice if we could actually see what is inside of our inventory. So
this is a cool thing he's doing, because you can instantiate this and then bam, it's like, now I have an inventory for this. So in theory, I could have other ships have inventory and stuff too. So what I have here for my ship, I have like a crappy little thing called inventory data, which is just a dictionary on the ship itself. I don't know. It's yeah. There's definitely some parallels I can make here.
Let's create a very simple inventory dialog. We make a new scene. And this is going to be a user interface scene. And we save this as inventory dialog.tscn. Let's rename the root node to inventory dialog. And we also change its type to be
let's back up
inventory.
a little bit here.
We don't have any stacks or slots, but for now this is good enough. And now we can add this inventory to our player. So let's go back to our player script.
We did that.
And here we create a new variable, var inventory. And
of type inventory.
Type inventory. And we just make it a new inventory. Great, now our player has an inventory and we can use this in our pickup function. So let's go down there to on item picked up. And here we just add the item that we picked up to our inventory with the new add item function that we just wrote. Now it would be really nice if we could actually see what is inside of our inventory. So let's create a very simple inventory dialog.
So he's going to make his like the UI.
This
basically.
is going to be a user.
So let's see how he utilizes this stuff within the UI.
This as inventory
because then he'll run into a lot of the same problems that I'm running into right now, and I want to see how he circumvents those.
Well, let's rename the root node to inventory dialog. And we also change its type to be a panel container. Let's first add a little title bar and a close button so that we can close this dialog. So we create an HBox container to get a horizontal title bar. And inside of this HBox container, we add a label. Let's call this title label and a button for closing the dialog. And let's call this one close button. Now we can set up the label. So let's change its text to something like Mr. G's stuff. And we want to center this label. And the label should also take all horizontal space. So we go up here and we tick the align with expand checkbox. And then we horizontally expand the label to fill all the available space.
Okay.
If you don't know how container layouting works in Godot, I recommend that you have a look at my UI basics video.
Pop up
There's a link
here.
to that down in the description. Okay, so now let's configure the close button. We're just going to give this one a little X as a label. And our title bar is done. And next is the part that actually shows the inventory contents. A lot of games use some kind of grid to show inventory items. So let's do that as well.
Original Sin 2, World of Warcraft,
we add a grid
Minecraft,
container. And we want this grid container to be below our title bar. So let's add a VBox container. And now we can just drag the HBox container with the title bar and the grid container into our VBox container.
Look at that. Look at that.
And the VBox container will just stack them on top of each other. Now inside of this grid container, we want to show the inventory contents. So let's first add a panel container into the grid container. So we have some kind of background.
Okay.
And inside of this panel container, we put a texture rect, which is going to show an icon of the item that is in our inventory. Well, let's quickly load an icon here, maybe this sword icon. And that looks pretty nice. Now, if we duplicate this panel container a few times, we can see how this is going to look when we have a filled inventory. Our grid container only has one column, and that looks a bit odd. So let's increase the columns of the grid container to maybe 5. And that looks a lot more like an inventory dialog. Nice. But how would we show the actual contents of our player's inventory and not just a dummy like this? Well, we can do the same thing that we just did here in the edit.
Well, you could programmatically get those from your new inventory. You get an array, and then you could just create those panel container texture X with the array, pop it on there.
But we do it in code. So we walk over the inventory contents.
Yeah.
And then for each inventory item, we create one copy of this panel container. And then we set the icon to some icon that matches the inventory item.
So we have to store
Finally,
the icon too.
We put our finished item slot into our grid container. And this way we can build up our inventory step by step.
Mm-hmm.
So first let's extract our item slot here into a separate scene so we can quickly make copies of it and we don't need to build and arrange the panel container and the texture rect in our code. So we right click this node and then we select Save Branch as Scene and we name this itemslot.tscn. Okay, now let's clear our grid container and then we can start writing a script. So we add a script to this inventory dialog node and we name it inventory dialog.gd. And we're going to delete all of this. Let's give this a class name, inventory dialog. Okay, first let's make the close button work. So we select this button and then we go to the node's signals and then we can connect the press signal to a new function on close button pressed.
Yep.
And inside of this function, we just hide the dialog. The next thing we want to do is to fill this grid container. And for this, we need to have access to this grid container in our script.
So hide must be a method that's new in Godot 4. Because he made that, what, a panel? Or he made a panel container, I think. So if I go to like my documentation, panel, I have a panel container. Let's see, container, panel container. So I don't see a method on that. Is there a method on the control itself? Properties. No, I don't see a hide method. I wonder where that actually, no, there might be some. Hide. Rematches. Hide. Input pass modal on click. Show modal. Okay, interesting. I don't know. I'll just sidebar there. This could be a good opportunity to redo everything in Godot 4. I tried. I made a video on that too.
So let's right click it and
I have been tempted to just rewrite the entire thing in Godot 4. Last time I tried to go to Godot 4, I tried to update in place, and that was a huge mess. But
select access as unique name. And then we can control drag this grid container into our script and we get a nice onReady variable. So why did we do it with a unique name? Well, the reason for that is that unique names have the advantage that we can move our nodes around and we don't need to change our script all the time because this unique name is going to be the same no matter where in the tree this node is going to be. So if we decide to rearrange items in our UI a bit, well, we still don't break our script. Now we need a function that opens this dialog and shows the inventory contents. So let's make a new function and we call this function open. And because we don't want this dialog to be concerned with where the inventory is actually stored, we will just give the inventory as a parameter to this function. And then whatever code tries to open the inventory dialog needs to supply the inventory to our dialog.
So here's something to be aware of too. We're just passing in the inventory. Now, because the inventory is a resource, I think. Or I guess the inventory is a class. It's basically like an object. Does it pass it by value or by reference? Because if it passes it by reference, then you have the potential problem of being able to mutate the underlying data. I think of it like pointers in Go. But if it just passes it by value, it copies it, and then whatever changes you make to your own copy does not affect the original data. So the data semantics there is something I would like to know.
And this way we can keep the dialogue independent of the rest of the game. So first we show the dialogue, so we just call show. And now we can walk over the items in our inventory. So for item in inventory.
Where are those
get
show
items.
hide methods? What? Yeah.
And for each item, we want to create a new item slot inside of our grid container. We already made a scene for this item slot, but we don't want to hardcode the path to that item slot scene. So let's export this as a variable. Let's go up and we write an export var slot scene. And this is a packed scene. And here in the inspector, we can just drag the item slot scene into this new field. And this way Godot will automatically fix the path to the scene in case we reorganize our project. Now we can go back to our loop, and here we can instantiate our slot scene. Now we can add this to our grid container.
Going to grab dinner, going idle for a while. That's fine. Enjoy your dinner, man. I'll be here getting some knowledge.
But we still just have an empty slot without an icon. But where do we get this icon from? Well, we can add it to our item description, just like the 3D scene that we have added
so we were going to have to store that.
So let's go to our item script. And there we can add an export variable for the icon. So export var icon. And this is a texture 2D. And now we can add an icon to the resources that we already created. For the pickaxe, we use
this texture,
pickaxe icon here. And for the sword, well, we get the sword icon. Now we can go back to the inventory dialog and we can use the icon and put it into our item slot. But how do we get it in there? Well, let's have a look again at the item slot scene so we can see how it is built up. We have a panel container at the top and a texture rack directly below that. But this item slot really is its own component. So the inventory dialog should not know how this is built up internally. So maybe let's add a script to our item slot. And we're going to delete these two functions. And then we can add a new function that will actually show an item. Show is already taken as a name. So let's call this function.
It's a built-in function of canvas item. Let me take a look at that. So let's go back up here. Canvas item. Methods. Oh, it sets visible to false. I see. Okay. I thought it was like some snazzy UI thing. It was a canvas item thing.
Display. And this function is taking the item that it should display as a parameter. Now we need to access this texture rack, and we already know scene unique names are the way to go. So right click, access as unique name, and then control drag this into our code. So now we have an onReady variable, which is of type texture rack.
Okay.
We can use this to show the icon of our item. So we write texture rack dot texture, and this is item dot.
That's a cool thing. Can we do that in Godot 6? So for example, like if I just go to main here, right? And let's say, for example, to do, remove this for fun. So if I want to say access, like, I don't know, particular thing, right? Maybe let's go to a class, right? Can't do it that. It has to be a scene, I think. So if I go to like a projectile. So I can copy the path. So there's no access as unique name in Godot 3, I don't think. I could be wrong. Let's get this up here. Yeah, same dealio. Oh well. I was just poking around to see if it was a thing.
Dot icon. Great, now we can go to the inventory dialog and use this new function. So inside of our loop here, we first add the slot to our tree. And this is important because the onready variables
This stuff isn't even like relevant to what I was looking at, but it's still good information to know.
Initialized after it has been added to the tree, so we really need to add it to the tree first.
Yeah.
And then we can call our display function, so slot display item. And that should do it. So let's add our inventory dialog to the game.
Do we have a display method?
Our game does not have any UI elements yet, so let's start by adding a canvas layer.
Yeah.
And this canvas layer will contain our user interface. And we name this canvas layer UI root. Technically, we don't need a canvas layer in 3D games, but I still like to add it because this gives us a nice separation between the 3D part and the 2D stuff.
Yeah.
And let's switch to 2D mode so we can actually see what we're doing.
Ooh.
And now we can drag our inventory dialog into this canvas layer. And to keep our inventory dialog always centered, we go here to anchoring, and then we pick the center anchoring preset. And now Godot will make sure that this dialog is always centered, no matter which resolution or aspect ratio we have. Let's also hide the inventory dialog, so it only shows up when we press the inventory key. We're almost done, but we still need to add some code that actually opens this inventory dialog up.
Yep.
Now, where should we put this code? Our inventory is a component at the player, so we could open up the inventory dialog directly from the player. But then the player needs to know about our game's user interface, and I don't really like that. We want our components to know as little as possible about each other, and I think in this case it is probably better if we have a third component that brings our player and our inventory dialog together. So let's add a script to our UI root here, and we call this uiroot.gd. Now, our UI root script needs to know about the player and the inventory dialog. We already know how to do that, so we make them scene unique nodes. And then we can just control drag them into our script. Now we want to be able to press a key to open the inventory, so we need to create a key binding in the project settings. Let's go to Project, Project Settings. And up here we select the Input Map tab. Now we can add a new action. Well, let's call this Inventory. And then we scroll down and we add a key binding to this action, which is I for Inventory. And now we can use this key binding in our script. Let's go back to our UI root script. And we add a new function, unhandled input. So this is called
Coward says, "What's good, buddies? What's up, Coward? I'm trying to fix my game. So I'm getting some help from good old Godotneers here to see how I can, well, pardon my French, unfuck this tangle of a mess I've created for myself." And
for
I'm
all
getting a lot out of
that
it,
is
getting
not
lots of
handled
ideas
anywhere else. And in here we can check if the inventory key has just been released. So if event is action released inventory. And if this is the case, then we open the inventory dialog and show the inventory of the player. Okay, that was a lot of stuff. So
I don't like how, I guess, so onReady var player equals player. This is a pain point that he's going to address here in a bit. because this is a problem. So there's got to be some better way of getting the player, because based on
Let's
his
try
scene
if this
structure.
actually works. So we start the game, and then we pick up our pickaxe, and we press I to show the inventory dialog. And great, our pickaxe has appeared in the inventory dialog. Unfortunately, we cannot click on our close button because our mouse is captured, because
Yeah.
we're playing a 3D game. We would need to show our mouse when we open the dialog, and then we need to, mouse is also showing, and we can actually click the close button. Awesome. So now let's pick up our sword, and then let's open up the inventory dialog again. And, well, we seem to have 2 pickaxes now in our inventory dialog.
I wonder if that's due to that data semantics problem I mused
Why
on
do we
earlier.
have a second pickaxe now? Well, let's look again in the open function of our inventory dialog. And we can see that whenever we call this function, we just add more and more items to our grid container.
That's why. Holy cow.
So when we opened the dialog the first time, we add the pickaxe. And when we then picked up the sword and opened it a second time, well, we added the pickaxe and the sword again. So now we have 2 pickaxes and 1 sword.
Oh, we're not clearing the nodes on the
this is
scene.
easily fixable.
Okay.
We can just clear out our grid container before we add new contents.
So I'm doing
And
that
then we
already.
shouldn't
That's
get
fine.
any duplicate entries. So let's add a loop. It holds the name, the 3D scene, and the icon of our item. We also built a second data model, our inventory. It just holds a list of items and provides a few useful functions to manage this list, but it isn't really concerned with how the items get in there or how they are rendered on screen. And because we have these data models, the rest of our game code becomes really simple. Adding an item to the inventory is 1 line of code in the player script. Showing the inventory items in a dialog is 4 lines of code in the inventory dialog. And because we can simply give the data model to any component, each component only needs to know about the data model, but is independent from other components.
Okay. And the inventory dialog doesn't, but that UI node he made does.
This helps keeping our game manageable. And now let's see how we can use this data model to build additional systems on top of what we already have.
Yeah.
And to do that, we're going to build a very simple crafting system.
Combining data models into new game systems, or how to make a simple crafting system. Okay.
In general, a crafting system works like this. We have a recipe, and this recipe has some ingredients, and we get something produced from these ingredients. We currently don't have any kind of ingredients, so let's create a few more items that we can use as ingredients. Let's first create some iron ore. So we create a new resource, and we select item, and we call this one ironore.tres.
Okay.
And now we can give it a name, iron ore.
So
And-
create new stuff as resources is going to be a mental shift for me. But I like that idea better because that gives you some more. So in my current project here, rather than having all these big ass like database type, like table style things here, like locations, we got a huge ass complicated struct with lots of typos. It's very brittle. I would make this a resource. So let's think about this. If I had to make a location a resource, what does it need to have? It needs to have the name. It needs to have a description about what's at like the location. It needs to have a position of where it actually is in the star system. So this would be changed rather than path sprite. This would probably be changed to a scene, because this is basically just the data. This is not the scene itself. So this would be changed to a scene path. And this would be basically a packed scene in my resource type. The rotation of the planet could be handy. So they want you to make a whole file just for a data type? I guess. So a whole resource, which makes sense to me. And it's definitely better than what I'm doing here, because here I just have like everything in like one file, but this is all brittle. This doesn't offer me any type safety. This doesn't offer me any integrations with the Godot editor, so autocomplete is non-existent. So everything I do is prone to typos, which as I'm just fleshing this out, I've only got like 4 locations, and this is already massive. I don't know if it's schizomatic. It's just that especially since I'm using Godot 3, I don't have typed dictionaries. So it's not like a language like Go where I can make my own custom structs and then the autocomplete will work off that. I can't do that here, and I kept trying to do something like that, and so I need to find out a way to how to do it in Godot. So
select an icon, and we can also select a 3D scene for that. And now we have an item that represents iron ore. Let's make a second item which represents an iron ingot. And this time
I'm tempted to start jumping in and changing my game now, but the way this guy does his videos is he kind of just goes through step by step about what you would logically do, and then all the pitfalls that you encounter with it along the way. So he starts out, like early on in the video, a database of items. That was basically what I'm at now with this whole crap. So he's already kind of implemented solutions, and he's made changes based on what he's done so far throughout this video. So I don't want to jump in and start making changes without watching the whole thing, because there's other pitfalls he's going to run into that I'm not going to be aware of. So yeah.
We do it by duplicating the iron ore that we just created. So we select
So what he's showing right now might not even be the best way. It might just be a logical way of doing it than some problems you might have.
TRES. We also change the name to iron ingot and pick a new icon. And we also pick a different 3D scene. Great. Now we have a few items that can represent ingredients for our recipes, and we can continue with making a data model for our recipe.
Okay.
So let's create a new script, and we call this one recipe.gd. And we're going to delete all of this. So
it's interesting how he's structuring his project too. So if you look down here, he's got add-ons, which I'm not going to use any add-ons. I mean, I already have add-ons from like a Git plugin that didn't work very well. I just do everything in the terminal anyway, so I can get rid of that. So we have data, which has our items. So this is like basically our data layer. So these are our actual resource types. So he has items. This is all of your items. Then he also has something called elements and model. So model is where you define like what makes an item. This is where I guess you define what your resource is. Then these are like the individual implementations of that resource. It's got like user interface down there and stuff. So it's kind of interesting to see how he's structuring his project.
Name to iron ingot and pick a new icon. And we also pick a different 3D scene. Great. Now we have a few items.
So what he's doing over here, how he's doing things in the editor, this gives me that security that if I change my project structure, all of this doesn't break, because this is not going to update. This is just a copy pasted path. If this path changes, I now have a bug. And if I want to restructure my project because it's not well structured, that means all of this shit has to be, I have to go through, readjust every fucking path. But if it's done through the editor, Godot will handle that and adjust it for you. So that's going to be a huge benefit as well.
That can represent ingredients.
It's just a different way of doing something.
And we can continue.
I need to wrap my head around
our
it.
recipe. So let's create a new script. and we call this one recipe.gd. And we're going to delete all of this. So let's first give this class a name. We call it recipe. And like our item, this is a resource.
So the extends resource is
and now
the
we need to
key
think
part
about
there. I haven't
what
used,
kind
like,
of
I haven't
data
made custom resources.
are we going to need in our recipe? Well, we'll probably need some title or name that describes what this recipe is going to produce.
So he's going to make a recipe class. So let's see. Let's kind of skip ahead a little bit here. So you can see for his recipe, he's got a name. He's got ingredients, which is an array of items. So Godot 4 does offer typed arrays and dictionaries to an extent. Getting like in-depth, like nested dictionaries is still complicated, I think, but I don't remember. Maybe not in Godot 4 currently. So why not just a simple array of presets? Because, I mean, I don't know. Stop doing that. There we go. I'm trying to zoom. Okay. Thinking of Doom when I say that. Array of presets. I don't know. I haven't looked at Doom's code. I heard it's pretty awesome. It's like an engineering marvel. I haven't looked at it, though. So my problem with storing things in arrays is that, well, not just in general, but like for my thing here, where's my game? Here it is. I thought about doing like an array of Earth. Okay, cool. Well, then I guess I would just write methods to retrieve those. I would just write my CRUD methods for like my database or whatever. But that's sort of what he's doing with his... So he made like an inventory, which is basically just an array of that model, that resource that you created. So it's using familiar concepts. I'm just unfamiliar with how to use them in Godot. And I think I'll formulate my opinions once the video's done
And
to see if it's a viable thing I want to do.
We want to have a pickaxe. How can we now use these recipes in our game? We can build a simple crafting dialog similar to the inventory.
So ingredients and results. So this is what it takes to make. This is what it outputs. That's pretty logical. And since they are arrays, you can specify multiple. You can add as many as you want in the editor, which is nice.
And then we can craft in this dialog.
So then he's going to work on...
let's create a folder for our crafting dialog.
He's going to work on the UI now.
To attach our metadata.
So let's see, what did I miss? So he's got crafting dialog. So recipe list. So let's just go to the summary of what he's doing here.
With the center anchor preset.
Because he's doing a lot of UI design stuff, which is really just relevant to this. So let's go over here.
Go to node, signals, and there we have the pressed signal. And we connect this to a new function on craft button pressed. Implementing this crafting function.
Let's see what he's got. He's got function open, which opens the screen he's got right now. He's making the mouse visible because it's a 3D game. That's a terrifying little thing right there. So he's clearing the recipe list of the UI, which recipe list is an item list, which is a UI element that he has. And then he's going through his recipe in recipes, which again, we were passing in recipes, which is an array of recipe. And we're also passing in our inventory, which is of type inventory. So he's going through, he's just basically getting recipe list, add item. And then on recipe list item selected, ingredients container display. Yeah.
Pretty easy. We can just remove
ingredients from inventory, put results into inventory. So that's why we're passing in the inventory.
From the inventory.
So I assume since he's passing in the inventory, it is indeed passing it by reference, which means that it's modifying the underlying data. So if I have my inventory here and I pass it into a function that now has inventory, whenever this function modifies the inventory, this one gets updated as well. It's not passing it by value, so it doesn't make a copy of it.
inventory, and then we put all the results back into the inventory. We currently don't have access.
Which I don't like that approach. Because I think the inventory should be modifying that stuff. I don't
access
know.
to the inventory in this function, so we need to store it in a variable when the dialog is opened. So let's do that. Now let's first go up here and create a variable for the inventory.
Yeah, so he's probably going to get into... So this is probably the next roadblock he's gonna come into. Like Doom, all entities use mobj tstruct, and all their properties are defined by presets stored in mobj info t array. I don't know. I got no idea. So now he has second edition. So let's see what he does here.
And for the results, we do a similar thing. We walk over all the results for ID.
Yeah. Add results to
let's
inventory.
give this a try and see if it works. We open the crafting dialog, and then we select the recipe for the iron ingot. And then we press craft. And now let's close the crafting dialog and open up the inventory. And we have 2 new iron ingots in here. Fantastic.
Okay.
You have probably noticed that there is a bit of a problem here because we just crafted 2 iron ingots out of thin air. It would also be nicer if the first recipe was automatically selected when we opened the crafting dialog.
Okay, so that's just quality of life stuff. But let's let him continue.
So let's fix these 2 things.
Okay.
Select.
Who's going to fix that?
To our inventory takes an. Now we can walk over the content of our inventory and we check, is this an item that we need? And if this is the case, we remove this item from the list of items that we need. So we start with an ore and we need an ore, so we can remove the first ore from the list. The next one is an ingot, and we don't need an ingot, so we skip to the next one, which is a pickaxe. We also don't need a pickaxe, so we can skip to the next item, which is another ore. We need this ore, so we remove it from the list of items that we need, and then we have a sword.
I hope we're storing the index to those as well.
So skip to the next item, and there we have another ore. So we remove this ore from the list of items that we need.
So like imps and shotgunners are assigned an enum value that indexes into mobj info array. So enums I have a problem with, because oftentimes you have this mass list of enums, because I'm going to have a metric shit ton of ships and shit like that. I don't want to go through and see like, okay, what enum is this? Like what ID is this? And on top of that, I want to have things structured in a normal manner. So for example, like in my code here where I made my tags, so tag system is another thing that I can work on. But here I declare them as constants. You might be inclined to do something like enums for this as well, and just have like a big ass list of just enums that are all your different tags. But I want to organize them alphabetically, and I'm going to add or remove tags as I develop stuff. If I do that as enums, then that means let's say this is like, say this is a enum of 0, this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. If I get rid of this one or I move this around, this is all out of whack now, because this one is now going to be enum 2, which is going to fuck everything up. So the ease of being able to like scan through my code and find what things are is huge. And then I don't want to track down simple IDs like that. That's a bit cumbersome. So that's one method I didn't go for that in this case here anyway. Yeah, that's not my personal suggestion, just recalling what the game does. Yeah, that's fair. So, yeah, I don't know. All I know is the problem that I'm having right now is that as I'm creating this customized UI, I've got several different things, and they're not well... What's the term? They're not really good components, right? Because I have a ship which has which interacts with like weapons and projectiles. And so the ship is doing a lot of that stuff. So it has knowledge of stuff outside of itself, which is not good. And on top of that, all of my like locations, my star systems, my inventory items, like my like all of this stuff is such a clustercluck. And then when I do my UI to like right now, I'm working on my ship customization screen. So my ship customization has to have knowledge of the player ship, my player inventory of what I got, how much money I have, which are things that I've spread out because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And then I got other stuff it needs to have access to as well, such as the ship weapons that it has, as well as the upgrades that it has. And it's like it's becoming an unmaintainable pile of shit. Any excuse for me to hate on Godot? Why do you hate Godot, man? I mean, it's free. What do we got here? Oh, I got a lot of random shit from when I was running the game. That's fine.
And we're done. And if we now look at the list of the items that we need, we can see that it's empty. So
we still have that stuff in our inventory,
all the items that we need. And if this list were not empty when we're done with our little loop here, well, we know that we don't have all the items that we need. So let's put this into code. The items array.
So he's going to run into that where there's still items in the inventory.
And now let's try to craft something.
What's up, Pavel?
And we can see that we can now craft an iron ingot because
I'm doing some research on how to unfuck my game, because
we have all.
I keep trying to just brute force this shit to get this customized stuff done, and it's just snowballing into chaos.
The resources. But if I switch over to the pickaxe recipe, and we can see that we cannot craft it right now because we don't have any iron ingots. So let's then craft the iron ingots. And now our craft button has been disabled because we no longer have the necessary iron ore.
Yep.
But if we switch over to the pickaxe, we can actually craft this because we have converted our iron ores into ingots. So let's craft this one. And then let's have a look into our inventory. And there we can see that
so
all the crafting has actually worked,
problem.
and we are left with a pickaxe. Great.
I came a bit late because I have to go to work in a few minutes. Well, good luck, man. I'll be doing this for like an hour and a half probably. I'm going to finish this video up, and then I might decide if I want to make any changes to my structure of my game here.
Okay, that worked fantastic, but we still have a little problem left over.
Yes, loading resources dynamically.
Remember when we wrote the code for opening the crafting dialog that we needed to get all the recipes in our game? We postponed this for later, and later is now. So how can we actually get a list of all recipes without having to create a constant for each of them? If we look at our folder structure here, we can see that all our recipes are inside of this recipe folder. So we could load all the resources that are inside of this folder. Unfortunately, Godot does not have a built-in way to load all resources inside a folder, so we need to do this ourselves. Let's first create a variable where we are going to put all the recipes. So var all recipes, and this is an array of recipe, and we initialize this with an empty array. Now we can create a ready function, and to list all files in a folder, we create a loop for file in dir-axis get files add. Then we point to res data recipes. So this will look for all files inside of the data recipes folder in our current project. This file variable will contain the name of the file, so we can now combine the folder name and the file name to get the full name of the file. Now we can ask Godot to load the recipe from here. So we say var recipe, equals load resource file as recipe. And finally, we add the recipe to our list. So all recipes append recipe. Okay, great. So now we can get rid of these constants. And down here, where we open our crafting dialog, we can use the new array that we have just built. Okay, that wasn't actually so hard. So let's try if this works. So we open up the crafting dialog. And it looks like our recipes are here. Fantastic. We can ship our game now. So let's export our game and see if everything still works after
No, it's not going to work because you can't call from resource folder in
project export.
Once you
I have already
it.
installed the Windows export templates. So let's export this to
So that's
going to
be a pain point. So he's demonstrating another pain
and
point.
we're going to ignore all of these warnings for now because this is really just a test.
Ignore warnings, sure.
And if we now look at our desktop, we can see that we have a new test executable. Well, actually, we have two, one that opens up a console and another one that doesn't. So let's use the one with the console so we can see what's going on. So we start the game. And we are already greeted with 2 errors. Well, that doesn't look good. So it looks like our game is not able to load the resource files which contain our recipes. Well, let's open up our crafting dialog to check this. And indeed, we don't have any recipes in our crafting dialog. Why is this happening? It worked in the editor. Well, when Godot exports our files, then it will do some...
So why hate on Godot? Coward says many people presuppose that Godot is well made just because it's better than Unity and Unreal and such. So, yeah, okay. The software itself can only benefit from hate and criticism. Edward Carmack says, interesting. Godot is fine and has gotten a lot better over the recent years, but I can't imagine thinking it's better than Unity or Unreal Engine, though I've worked in both enough to know they have their own issues. Criticism, yeah. Hate doesn't really benefit much of anything. I'm curious how it's gotten better. Looks like we got an engine fight in the chat here. That's interesting. The attention and funding they got 2 years ago has improved their code base. Yeah. I mean, bottom line is the cool thing about Godot is the fact it's open source and it's free. So if you don't like it, you can change the damn thing. It's cool if you have that knowledge. I don't. But yeah, no solution is perfect, especially for something as generic as a game engine. There's a reason why a lot of big companies make their own engines, because no off-the-shelf thing is usually meant for something. I mean, Unreal is obviously getting lots of use these days, but yeah. Much more reliable, easy to use, but still needs a lot of work. Yeah, I don't know. See, it's what I was saying earlier, man. You get 20 programmers in a room, you give them the same set of requirements, they're going to give you 20 different solutions. It's awesome.
Reorganization and optimization of the file structure. You see here on our desktop, we actually don't have any folders for our exported game. We just have this PCK file, which contains everything neatly packed together. There's a tool called PCK Explorer, and we can use this tool to have a look inside of these packed files. There's a link down in the description if you would like to try it out yourself. So this is the PCK Explorer, and we can open our PCK file by just dragging it in. And well, there seems to be a lot of stuff inside our PCK file. So let's use this filter function up here to find our recipes. So we type recipe in here and press enter. And now we can see all the files that have recipe in their name. So it looks like our resource files, which should end in TRES, have disappeared. And instead we got some .remap files. Well, this is really not great because it totally breaks our loading. We could, of course, do some kind of hack and say, okay, we know that all our resource files are getting renamed to .remap and then account for this when we load them. But this is really a hack because
The only change I remember from version 3 to 4 was that they renamed a bunch of their classes and added features to their Python language. I think they've done a bit more than that. I know that Godot 4 was a massive leap forward in their 3D capabilities, because that's one of Godot's, or at least was one of Godot's like weaknesses, is it wasn't the 3D obviously wasn't like as good as Unity or Unreal, and it's still not there to be honest, but it's leaps and bounds ahead better. Lots more support for a lot of that stuff. A few changes that impacted me when I tried to port my game from like to Godot 4 back in like 4.1 is that timers and stuff are fundamentally different. Signals are fundamentally different. Tweens are different. A lot of things behind the scenes, they tried to keep the same kind of thing. Like they revamped some nodes, but behind the scenes, it's supposed to be a lot more efficient. All I know is that some of the Godot 4 games that I played for like game jams and stuff run, like they're a lot easier to make. There's a lot more features in the editor, like there's like more autocomplete for a lot more stuff, which is nice. But on the other side of the coin, they did break a lot of things by going to version 3 to version 4. Because what constitutes a major change? So typically with like versions, it's like semantic versioning. So you have your major, minor patch. The major change, they broke a lot of backwards compatibility with the previous version, especially with their 2D engine. So one of the things that was fucked up for me is the rendering for 2D was different. It was fundamentally different. And a lot of the code I had on how I had my glow effects going was completely scrapped. One thing in particular I thought was a good change was within their classes, they replaced a lot of the set functions with simple public fields. So the set functions still exist. They just exist behind the scenes. So you don't have to explicitly declare them. And you still have the ability to define setter and getter functions, which is handy for like customizing additional behavior on a variable. So I think I've got one or two set in my game for it's like, hey, when my variable updates, I also want to do this, right? So I don't know. So yeah,
this packing is an implementation detail of how Godot creates an export, and we really don't want to rely on this behavior because it can change at any time, and then our game silently breaks. So
yeah, so his little point here was actually a good point. So he shows you like, oh, I'm just loading it by resources and awesome, cool. And then when you export the game, you can't load from your resource folder directly because it remaps things. So logically you think, okay, well, how do I handle this change? But it's not a good thing to do that. He's going to show us a better way here soon.
What can we do then?
Yeah, what can we do?
To solve this problem, I have created a small plugin called Godot Resource Groups.
Okay, so you're gonna.
Let's install this plugin, and then let's see.
I don't want to use a plugin. Show me how to do it.
How it can help. So we go to the asset library, and we search for Godot Resource Groups. Click on the link here, and then press the download button. We don't need the examples that come with it, so let's click up here. And now we can choose which parts we want. So let's uncheck this examples folder.
Okay. I don't want to do it with an add-on though. I want to just have something built in that does it.
And if we now save the project with Control S, we can see that this paths property here now contains all the paths to all the recipes in our recipes folder. And the plugin will keep this list up to.
Don't like it.
Over time, your game will evolve and you may need to add or change data in your resources. For example, let's assume we want to add a feature that allows the player to buy and sell items from a merchant in-game. For this, we would need to have a price for each item. We're not going to implement the merchant because this video is already quite long, but let's add a price so we can see how this affects the data that we already have in our project. So let's open up our item script, and here we add a new export for the price. And this is going to be of type int because we charge in coins and there can only be full coins. And we give this variable a default value. This is going to be the value that all the existing items will get. So if we now save this and then maybe open up our pickaxe item, we can see that this has now a price of 5.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So adding new fields seems to be quite easy. And because we have a default value, we know that all the items at least have some price set. But let's say we have 100 items and we want to set a custom price for all of these items. Well, then we would need to double-click each item and set a price, and then double-click another one and set a price, and this is kind of not fun. Also, it's really hard to get an overview on what the prices currently are, which is really essential for balancing your game. It would be really nice if we could edit this in some kind of spreadsheet. So I had a look around and I found that a person made a plugin that allows us to edit
more
resources
plugins?
in
No,
some
give me
kind
shit
of
that's
spreadsheet.
native in the editor.
So
I don't
let's
want a
install
fuck ton of
this
plugins in my game.
and then let's see how this can help us to edit our item prices.
Really? All this culminates in here's some fucking plugins you got to use because it's not built into the system? That's not a good approach. I'm sorry. That's a letdown. Fuck. So I'm no closer to solving my problem because this is going to present more problems that I don't want to fucking fix.
We can type a filter expression, and this can be just any GD script expression. And inside of this expression, we can use the name res to identify the resource.
I don't want to rely on any add-ons because they're maintained by third party. I mean, granted, Godot itself is maintained by third parties, maintained by everyone. But I don't want Godot to pop out an update and me to update my system, and next thing I know, all my fucking add-ons that are core to my game are now fucked. And so I can either try to fix those myself, or, which I don't want to do. I just want to rely on what's in the engine. I guess I'm a little gun shy because one of the last like React projects I did turned me off of React because it was like the dependencies are constantly fucking updating, and towards the end of it I spent more time fixing broken dependencies than I did delivering features. I don't want to get stuck in dependency hell again by loading in a bunch of fucking add-ons. I'm so pissed the fact that I wasted like an hour and a half watching this video of lots of good data, but then it all falls apart at the end because the way he's showing us is not supported in the engine by default. And it requires add-ons in order to maintain. That's such a bummer.
So let's type res.price is
Let's
less
finish
than
it out.
7.
Maybe he'll show us like something that
enter,
doesn't, we don't need to rely on
see
this.
the resources that have a price below 7 coins. So with this plugin, we get a lot of control over all of our game data, and this really helps maintaining a larger database, and we can do this all directly in Godot.
Yeah, with the help of add-ons.
In this video, we explored how data models can help us.
Yeah, never fun. You could write your own plugin. Well, then I gotta maintain it as well. I don't want to do that. Facts. Dependency hell is real. Yeah, I lived it. I don't want to go back down it again. That's why, like, when I write things in Go now, I try to stick as much as I can to standard library. Because there's too many times where it's like a package that I use, it's like, oh, it gets deprecated. And yeah. Fuck. I'm so bummed because I was like, yeah, this is good. I was taking notes and everything. I was like learning. And now I'm stuck back where I was because I'm not going to use plugins
to make our game more extensible and manageable. We started with a very simple items database that was just a dictionary, and then we switched over to resources to represent the items and crafting recipes in our game. We learned that resources have quite a few advantages over our previous approach. We can edit them nicely in the Godot inspector, so there's no syntax to follow. We can easily load them with the build and load function, and they can directly refer to other resources like scenes or other items, and Godot will keep these references up to date, which eliminates any chance for typos and also allows us to reorganize our project without breaking things. We then have built a simple inventory and crafting system to see our data model in action, and we learned how we can use our data model to represent the same item in a 3D world, our game's user interface, and the game's systems like the inventory or the crafting system. Finally, we had a look at how we can dynamically load our resources in a way that works both in the editor and the exported game. And we had a look at a plugin that allows us to manage a large...
Yeah, there's the fucking deal breaker. Godot provides very little functionality for mass operations on resources. Yeah, the edit resources as table 2 plugin. What happened to edit resources as table 1? There was still plenty of useful information in this. There was, just not the information I wanted.
Database of items, so we can easily tweak and balance our game according to player feedback. Inventory items and crafting recipes are only two of the things you can represent with a data model. The same approach can also...
So let's take a look at those pain points. So the biggest pain point I have is the add-ons. What problem do the add-ons solve? So he gave the idea, so this is what he's talking about here.
Because we have a default value, we know that all the items at least have some price set. But let's say we have 100 items and we want to set a custom price for all of these items. Well, then we would need to double-click each item and set a price, and then double-click another one and set a price, and this is kind of not fun. Also, it's really hard to get an overview on what the...
So I could probably write my own code that basically goes through every single resource, export it out to like a JSON file or something like that. I can make my modifications. Under the hood, these are all basic files. So if I go to like my GitHub and we go to something like, do I have any resources? I mean, shader's kind of a resource, isn't it? Yeah. So this is a T-res. This is a resource. So under the hood, it's just this file. So I could go through and I could actually. So this is a fragment. So this is obviously a vector. So yeah, we have a resource here, and it has a property called code. So I could actually, behind the scenes, like maybe write a Go program or something like that can do that. But then I have to do something behind the scenes to fuck with it. So right now you have a bunch of presets for the same spaceship class stored in dictionaries. Not really, it's worse. It's worse than that. So for specifically ships, I have, so first I have a dictionary called ships that has every ship that I currently have, the name of it, as well as the description about what it is, the path to the scene, what factions it belongs to, what the base price of the ship is, and what the base tags of it are. And then now I also have all the scenes of the individual ships. So all of these scene path points to an individual scene. And on the scene itself, I have all the particular stuff about the ship, like what it starts out with. So on the ship itself, I do have some variables exported, like its acceleration speed, stuff like that. So some data is like most of the data is stored on this itself. So technically ship is already a class. It's not a resource, it's a class. It doesn't extend resource. This extends node 2D, so it's a node of type node 2D. I wonder, I don't know. How often would you really need to go through all items to update a single field, though? As I'm developing it, probably a lot. Because as I discover more things, I find out I need more fields. And then, oh, now I have to add that field. I have to go through all my items. I could specify that default value, but then I have to go through every item and I have to change it. Now, I would have to do that anyway, but from this dictionary list here of what I had, like a dictionary of like all my ships. Say I had to go add something else to all my ships. I can just go through here and knock it out. Editing JSON's not too big a deal. Dictionaries are just like JSON. So I don't know. And the fact that when I go to restructure my game, all these are going to break, that's fucking lame. I got to update all that. So there's pros and cons, there's trade-offs, there's benefits, and then there's not so good benefits. There's not benefits. Oh my god. Okay, let me take a whiz real quick, and then I'll come back, and then we'll play around with this some more. But I don't know, I'm still torn. I kind of like the idea of using resources, but at the same time, I don't know. We'll have to play it by ear. So I'll be right back. I got a whiz. Woo. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Everybody calm down. So the dictionary doesn't even seem that bad, to be honest. I would just store it all in one file and use a more simple data type. And the biggest problem it seems you have to solve here is that with the scene path being a raw string, that doesn't seem to need a whole bottom-up top restructuring. It's one of the problems that I'm having. The other problems that I'm having is the fact that like everything seems to call everything, and it's not really conducive. So as I'm making these UIs, get the fuck out. I have these fruit flies in my house. Fuck off. So example, let's take a look at this customize window, right? So I am basically having to do a lot of ugly ass shit. So I have a player data save file, which is like another JSON type thing. And then, so that's ugly too. Let's take a look at what I did earlier. So player data stuff. So whenever I'm referencing these dictionaries, Godot 3, since they're not typed dictionaries, they're not auto-completing for me. So I'm just writing shit tons of, I could be making typos. Most of the times when I make a new feature and my game doesn't run, it's because of typos. Because I don't have the autocomplete support of the editor because Godot 3 doesn't support type stuff. I don't know if I want to port my whole game to Godot 4. It's a shit ton of breaking changes to work through. But I could potentially clean it up as I go. If I find a method of organizing my data how I want, it might be a lift I'm willing to undertake. But as of right now, I'm not sure. All I know is that just everything that I do right now has a strong code smell. So for example, price modifier, the locations.list, passing in the locations name, .shipyard upgrades, and I'm passing in the node.upgradeData.title. Like, what does this shit even mean? And then, so yeah, it's messy. It's so messy. And I get stupid things like upgrade.upgradeData. That's a stupid thing. I mean, a lot of this stuff I could probably fix. Like, this is, like, here we go. Calculate the amount. Upgrade.upgradeData.base price multiplied by locations.list, location name, .shipyard upgrades, .upgrade, that's just fucking shit. This is trash. Sucks. My experience is leaving everything as just arrays of strings instead of struct types has caused more issues than troubles by using types. See, I want to use types. I just didn't know necessarily how to do that in Godot. If you look at all my code, I'm declaring types for everything. I like type safety. I want that feature. I just don't know how to use it in Godot. And it seems like the way to go is resources. But I mean, that video was on Godot 4, which is the most up-to-date version of Godot. Now, this is, what, 2 years ago? Like a year and a half ago? So this was maybe like what? Version, yeah, 4.2.stable. So they're on like, what, 4.4 now, I think? Like, I can't really pop open Godot 4 here because, let's see, what is Godot on right now as far as their stable version? 4.4.1. So there's been 2 big feature updates since the version he was on. Now, I don't know if they fixed the resource shit or not based on that. I guess I can take a look at the comments. Okay, good stuff. Okay, a lot of senior programmers seem to like it. Got it. I just don't like that need of add-ons. I don't like the third-party requirement because that's just more stuff to maintain. Quality over quantity. Love your content. So a lot. Let's sort this by most recent. Sort by newest. Okay, some guy's asking for help in here. That's I'm learning that this issue with remap occurs when duplicating a .tres file. This may be avoidable if we just make a new TRES every time. I don't think I'm duplicating anything. Also, every time I duplicated a TRS file, I quickly renamed it. I noticed that the metadata, custom type and script UID also had the same on the new file. This may prompt the remap. So it might be best avoiding. So this is... Yeah, this is... This plugin for resources you have at the end. I have been using resources extensively throughout my project. Do you think I will need to use this plugin for those as well? Probably not. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm with you on not wanting to use a plugin that may or may not always be compatible. Yeah. This is kind of a tough problem, though. Just to clarify, when I said a more simple data type, I didn't mean a string. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the problem I'm in is something I dug myself into. I just cobbled shit together willy-nilly. If you think about it, there was some logic in it, but I didn't think very far ahead. And that's one of those cognitive dissonances I have between like my work that I do for like a living and then like my hobby game development stuff, and I'm not able to reconcile those. At work, I always start with the data. I don't write code until I have like a list of like, okay, what are the requirements I'm going to need? How would I organize this as far as data? What's my database schema going to look like? And then once I know what my data is and what data types they are, I know that I can basically write CRUD methods for all of them. And then anything that needs to use this stuff, I know how to get what I need. And I don't take that approach at all in Game Maker, or not Game Maker, but in game development. And so in game development, I'm just like, I want to make a ship. I want to make it go. And I just start plugging in variables as I go, and it ends up being this exacerbated mess of shit. Whereas if I had just thought about it at the start, I don't know. I think with game development, it's so fluid because you can completely change something. Like if I thought about just strictly data and made something, it might not be that fun. I might have to scrap it and like revise it a lot. And I don't know. I get lots of joy in game development from seeing stuff on the screen, from seeing impact, versus the monotonous kind of mind-numbing stuff at work where I'm just constantly designing systems and schemas and stuff that you really don't even see come to fruition until like weeks in development, and you hope you did it right. I mean, you can write automated tests and stuff, but it's different than seeing it on the screen. It's different than hooking it up to a UI or a front end and actually seeing it work. Yeah, I'm with you on not wanting to use a plugin that may or may not be compatible. Just using code we didn't write in general is always risky. Definitely requires more thought on value to risk. The way I prefer to interface with Godot and Unreal is to just use the engine as little as I can to minimize voodoo. Unity has more bells and whistles out of the box. That's probably true, but I tried using Unity like years ago, and it was pretty freaking jank. It felt like a Microsoft product. And after their little bullshit they tried to pull with their licensing, they can go fuck themselves as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I understand people who still use Unity because they've been using it for a while. It's a very powerful engine, but I'm not going to go down that road either. I don't really want to port this game to a third engine anyway. I've already ported it with you. I've already ported it to one new engine. It was in Game Maker, and then I got so sick of trying to rig up UI in Game Maker, I was like, I would rather teabag a cactus than write UI in Game Maker Studio. I'd rather learn a new fucking engine than do UI in Game Maker Studio again. Unity probably has the best technology stuff with things like dots, but the legal stuff is pulverizing. Yeah. Yeah. See, I mean, Godot is free and open source, but it does have the downside that you don't have the exports to various platforms. I mean, you do, but you can't. Out of the box, you don't have like a console development port. You don't have the Android SDK. You don't have Apple. You don't have Switch, Xbox, PS5, fucking Atari, right? You don't have any of that shit. Not to make it being just way too fast but way too fat for a game engine. Yeah, Unity is pretty thick. Unreal is even more fat. I agree with that. I bet it's almost impossible to make a good game with it. You can pay for it. Yeah, so you can pay for the exports, but you have to go through a publisher who has paid for that and done the licensing with the platform. So for example, if I wanted to port this to the Switch, I would have to work with a publisher who has that license. I would have to purchase it through them, and then I would have to have them like publish my game. I have to work through a publisher for it. I don't want to go through that. So, but I'm just planning on releasing it on Steam anyway. So that comes out of the box. That's fine. Good game is in good technology that can run on your mom's laptop. You can make good games in both Unity and UE. That's true. One thing I do like about Godot is so far it seems very performant, and the damn thing is tiny. It's a portable like executable that can run anything. It's like 40 megabytes to download. That's like nothing. That's awesome. And as I'm running my game and I'm running these benchmarks, like I'm only using like 60 megabytes of memory so far. Like that's not much for how much I got going on. Yeah, in Game Maker it would have probably been using at least a gig and just all the stuff. But yeah, I don't know. So I'm not sure. I feel like I'm at a crossroads. I don't really want to go through another refactor journey because it feels like here. Let's go to my YouTube channel. Let's go to my content. let's look at my playlist here. And let's look at I Make My Own Game. Let's take a look at this playlist. Let's go to videos. So the first 30 or so episodes, I was in Game Maker Studio. Show me more rows per page here. Actually, you know what? No. Let's keep it. Yeah, it's fine. So then I ported it to Godot and part 30. So let's see, working on more ship AI, improving ship combat AI, drastic design change, no more AI art. At one point I was generating AI art for the game. I realized that's kind of a shitbag thing to do. Let's not do that. So I revamped the game there. I wrote a star system mapper tool, got hyperspace working, ship spawning and backgrounds, all that stuff is cool. And then let's take a look here. So glow, lighting, laser beams, all that stuff is cool. Turret rotation, pause menu. And then I tried to convert to Godot 4, didn't work, back to V3. And then here we go, shipyard window. When I started working on this fucking shipyard window, that was August 17th, 2023. That's 2 years ago now. That's basically fucking 2 years ago. Guess what feature I'm still working on? My shipyard window. So all this shit, I haven't really delivered any new features for this whole fucking thing. Save system, that's kind of important. Groundwork for ship customization. Floating combat text, that's a nothing burger. So you can see here between devlog 60 and 61, I took a pretty healthy break over a year, about like 16 months. So November 27th, 2023, and the next video, February 4th, 2025. Guess what I'm still stuck on? Ship customization. Guess what I'm working on right now? Ship customization. Because this shit sucks. So my last few devlogs have just been fucking nothing burgers. Mostly working on this damn ship customization. And I'm just trying to brute force my way through it. Like, I just want to get it done, right? But here's the problem. If I do what I'm doing now, and I get it done, it's not going to be done. It's not going to be extensible. It's not going to be scalable. It's going to be super brittle. And it's going to just continue to snowball further on in development. So I need to find a way to simplify this shit to make it make sense. And that's going to require refactoring my game again. Fuck me in the face. I don't want to do it. Oh my god. So many people just use the defaults and new features without thought of how they will be handled by older hardware. I work in Unreal. You can make a game that can run on older hardware without a problem if you are thinking about it. It would be done until you need to add something else and you give up because the effort would be more than insane. That's kind of what happened with that like 16-month break, as I was like, what the hell? I'm in over my head that this is a mess. I'm not sure how to fix it at this point. My first instinct is, oh, just fucking rewrite it from scratch, but that only gets you so far, right? If I do that, I need to have a game plan in mind. I need to have a clear vision of what problems I'm trying to solve and make sure that the rewrite not only solves those problems, but doesn't introduce problems that the old solution solved already. Yeah, taking the break was a good idea. I feel like I'm going to take another break here soon. I want to work on this game. I can see it in my mind of what the end product is going to be, and it's fucking dope. And I'm to the point now where it's like I don't want to work on the game. I want to play the game, but I can't play the game yet because I haven't made it yet. So I don't know. At this point, what I should realistically probably do is I should make another project, try out that resource approach to the data models, see if I like it, if it makes sense to me. Because the last thing I want to do is, you know what? Let's take a different approach. Check this out. Let's do this. Pull up fucking Claude. Do I still have Claude? Where are you at, Claude? I know I got your bitch ass here somewhere. All right, let me pull up just a new tab here. I want to get signed into Claude here. We're going to ask Claude. what to do and see if he has any better approaches. So Claude, let's get signed in here. All right. So let's see what Claude says. So I don't use AI to copy and paste code into my editor. I use AI to give me ideas and see what their approach is, and then I evaluate it to see if it's actually something that can be used. So let's discuss our problem with Claude. Let's see what Claude says. Stutter struggle is the term I'm looking for. You making fun of my speech impediment? No, I'm kidding. I stutter when I get excited. It's fine. But I know you're talking about the performance of games, right? Not necessarily my way I talk. So let's talk to Claude. Hi, Claude. I'm always nice to our AI overlords, because when they take over, they're going to kill me last. Oh, shit, I didn't mean to hit enter. Hi, Claude. Now he's going to reply with like, oh, what's up? Oh, my God. Okay, we're off to a good start. Let's hit the up arrow. Hi, Claude. I'm working on a project in Godot 3.6, and I'm starting to feel some major pain points around how I've coded and structured the game so far. Here are the main pain points. Number one, data. I'm struggling to understand how I should structure or represent the data in the game. For example, for star systems, locations, ships, weapons, upgrades, etc., I have auto load singletons that basically have a dictionary of all of the data that it really needs, and then I have the scene implementations of that data that can be instanced. However, it all seems so brittle. I guess this is what, like, here. I guess it kind of all stems from that currently. I'm just not sure what the best practices are for structuring games in Godot 3.6. I like to iterate the engine, because otherwise it keeps recommending me Godot 4 solutions, which don't necessarily work. I'm just not sure what the best practices are for structuring games in Godot 3.6. Also handling the complex relationships of UI having to have access to multiple things, such as player save data, inventory data, list of upgrades, weapons, etc. I feel like I've dug a huge hole, and Claude is also my therapist too. I feel like I've dug a huge hole, and now when I'm working on my game, I'm either brute forcing features with poor code quality, or I'm constantly refactoring existing working code. Please help. There we go. I use AI for the same reason regularly now, and the pleasantries cost the company more money. Have you considered using a Go wrapper for Godot? I'm not even sure how I would do that, to be honest. I have no idea what the experience is like using one of the language wrappers with Godot. I don't necessarily want to use a language wrapper. I actually like GDScript. I like Go as well, but I like using GDScript, to be honest. It's been kind of a relief not having to wrap everything in brackets. I do like that. I do like the Python-esque style, but yeah. So let's see what Claude says. I understand that frustration. You're experiencing the classic growth pains that happen when a game project expands beyond its initial simple structure. The good news is that recognizing these issues early means that you can address them before they become truly unmanageable. Let me break down some solutions for your main points. My main point. I only typed 1 point, but yeah. Data architecture. Your current approach of auto-load singletons with dictionary isn't inherently wrong, but it can become brittle. Here are some better patterns. Resource-based data system. Joy. Instead of auto-loads, consider using Godot's resource system. Data manager pattern. Create managers that handle specific data domains. So here we have a weapon manager, which has weapon data dictionary. We have ready, load weapon data, get weapon. So this is basically like what I have now, except it has functions to like get certain things rather than accessing it explicitly, which could be handy, I guess. Handling complex UI relationships. The key is to implement proper separation of concerns and data flow patterns. The observer pattern with signals. Instead of UI directly accessing multiple data sources, use signals to notify when data changes. That's not going to fucking happen. That sucks. That would be a shitty pattern to use. I'm telling you right now. UI controllers. Create intermediate controllers that manage UI state. So we have game data.connect. That's also, so that's like observer pattern. Don't like that. Scene versus data separation. Maintain clear separation between data and presentation. Data layer. Pure data classes or resources that know nothing about presentation logic. I basically have that in a way, because my data layer doesn't give a shit about the presentation stuff. That's not a concern right now. Layer, managers and controllers that handle business logic. Presentation layer or logic layer, sorry. Scenes that display data but don't own it. So I would have to have 3 layers there. What is that? Like a model view controller pattern? Is that what that is? Yeah, data layer, model, logic layer, controller, presentation layer, view. I don't really want to go with MVC pattern. Refactoring strategy. To avoid the constant refactoring style, start with one system. Pick your most problematic area, probably inventory or ships, and refactor it properly. Create interfaces. I don't think I can define interfaces in Godot. Use composition over inheritance. Instead of massive inheritance hierarchies, compose objects from smaller parts. Implement gradually. Don't try to refactor everything at once. Practical next steps. Choose one data type, weapons, ships, etc., and implement it with the resource pattern. Create a proper manager for that data type. Refactor one UI screen to use the new pattern. Once that works well, apply that same pattern to other systems. Oh my God. So I didn't get much out of that, except I guess the approach I'm using right now is sort of data manager pattern, I guess is what they called it. And I'm already kind of doing that. Except I'm not, I don't know, this load weapon data, get weapon files, load file as weapon data. So they have a resource and then they're defining that in their dictionary. I don't know. At this point, I'm kind of leaning towards trying the resource-based. But I'm not, like, enthused about the solution. I don't get a warm and fuzzy from it yet. So let's take a look at some code here. So for example, ship. I'm not going to start by refactoring my ship. I feel like all of my devlogs, I'm constantly refactoring ship. I need to though, because guess what? It's 1,520 lines of code in this one single script. That's too much. At least half of this. Here, let's just start collapsing all this shit, right? So we have our variable declarations, lots of random shit up here. We have our ready method, process method, apply upgrade, reset apply. So let's just collapse these, right? Let's just get down to the AI, to the artificial intelligence, to the behavioral stuff. Get velocity. So there's hey, look, there's a getter and setter. That's fun. I can't, there we go. Collapse that shit, collapse that shit, collapse that. Keep on collapsing. Take damage. Floating combat text. Delete floating combat text. Add ships to enemies. That's another thing I gotta work out. Jesus Christ. Rotate ship. Handle acceleration and strafe. So AI control. So AI control starts at line 895 and then goes all the way down pretty much until the end. So this is all me basically having a state machine that just kind of controls this shit. So what about the solution makes it not comfortable? One, it's not familiar to me. It's just one of those things that you have to do before you can really understand it, I think. And then two, I'm worried about constantly refactoring it and having to go through every scene and updating a field like it showed at the end of that video. I don't want to use the add-ons, which I'm not going to do. And I'm not even sure if that solves the core of my issues, the core of my ineptitude, basically. But yeah, that's a lot of lines in one file. It is. So I've tried. What's funny is I had Claude help me. I was like, Claude, I actually shared my whole project with him. And he helped me like refactor everything. And what he wrote looked so good. It made so much sense. I was like, oh, I was just super excited about it. I did a massive refactor branch on my GitHub. So let's pull this up. So let's see. Let's go back to my code. Let's switch to this Claude refactor. I had a Claude refactor branch. And let's take a look at like some of my classes, right? So for my ship, let's see, how big was my ship script after the refactor? It was about the same, but I still had all the, I had all the AI code commented out. So all this shit's commented out. Jesus Christ, there's a lot of comments. Oh wait, is the whole fucking script commented out? I think it was, because I think I did something else. What did I do? I think it was all in ships. So we have all these different scripts. So we broke it all out into like different scripts. So let's take a look at our new ship GD, right? So we've got our component references. So we broke out like movement into like a ship movement. We broke it out into like ship combat, ship input, ship inventory, ship hyperspace, a carrier system, ship weapons. It was all like compartmentalized and awesome. It looked amazing. The code was like beautiful. It looks good, right? And then the ship itself was down to 188 lines of code, just in one. That's much more manageable, but none of it worked. None of it worked. And the big part is I would define my own classes and things, but Godot, at least in Godot 3, does not handle cyclic dependencies. So what happens is, like, ship weapons might have to reference my ship. And ship has a reference to ship weapons right here. Guess what? Cyclic dependency. Godot will not even compile. I was so excited. None of this shit works. None of it works. But yeah, good thing I use version control. And I think I think I did version control when I tried to, so I think I started a branch when I tried to, yeah, I tried the whole Godot 4 conversion. That's 55 commits behind my current branch now. But yeah. Oh my god, that was so much fun. So yeah, it's been a journey. But now I got this mess of code. I've thought several times of just rewriting it all in Godot 4 from scratch. But that's a huge lift. I kind of like Godot 3. And to be honest, Godot 4, to this day, still has a lot of regressions with 2D development. Godot 4 seemed to went full dick on 3D. But they have a lot of regressions with 2D, which is a bummer. They have a lot of improvements, but there are some regressions with 2D. And a lot of the regressions affect how I program this, unfortunately. So yeah, let's think about something. So I guess let's brainstorm, for example, right? Let's say I wanted to take that resource approach. I wanted to stick with Godot 3, not rewrite everything, but go with that resource approach. And so let's say like my list of ships. So a ship is already a class. I don't think I have to make it a resource. What did he do? So he had a data model. So maybe I should make it, I don't really want to make it a resource though, because it's already a class. So I already have like the autocomplete functionality and stuff like that. I can declare, I can already like export variables and stuff like that. In fact, I have. So for a while early on, before I broke weapons out into a ship weapons component, I was actually exporting like of type pack scene. In fact, some things are still set to that. So for example, for carriers, to determine what carrier fighter you are using, it's a pack scene, which means that I do get that safety in the editor of being able to update the path in case I change the path. So I'm already kind of doing some of that. I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be a resource though. I guess, what's the point of the resource then? What benefits does it give me as opposed to just a regular class? So it extends resource, but what does resource actually get me? So if we look at documentation, resource. Resource is the base class for all Godot-specific resource types, serving primarily as data containers. Since they inherit from reference, resources are reference counted and freed when no longer in use. They can also be nested within other resources and saved on disk. Pack scene, one of the most common objects in a Godot project, is also a resource. Uniquely capable of storing and instantiating the nodes it contains as many times as desired. Wasn't it the resource that made the file path stay up to date if you move them around? Yeah, I think that was due to the pack scene, which is a resource. But resources can be like, you know, nested within other resources and also nodes. So, I mean, in GD script, resources can be loaded from disk by their resource path using gdscript.load or gdscript preload. So since object, so reference inherits from object, and then all of this stuff, all of these resources inherit from that, but I'm pretty sure, doesn't node also inherit from? No, node inherits from object. So it's separate for, like it's separate from it entirely. Canvas item, node 2D, So node, we have spatial, which is where all the node 3D stuff comes from. So object, so we have resource. Where's that at? We have reference, resource loader. What the fuck is the resource? It inherits from it. Where was it? We got reference, resource loader, resource saver. Where the fuck did the resource go? I feel like I'm missing it now. Resource saver. Where did the resource go? Yeah, I don't know. So let's just go back down here to resource. Here we go. So the engine keeps a global cache of all loaded resources, referenced by paths. The resource loader has cached. A resource will be cached when loaded for the first time and removed from a cache once all references are released. So it sounds like it's got built-in garbage collection, which is nice. When a resource is cached, subsequent loads using its path will return the cache reference. It also has more efficient performance benefits as well there. But this is under the hood. So, yeah. Online tutorials, resources. Let's go see what this is talking about. So first thing, oh, we are in Godot 3.6. Perfect. Nodes and resources. Up to this tutorial, we've focused on the node class in Godot. That's the one you use to code behavior, and most of the engine's features rely on it. There's another data type that is just as important, resource. Nodes give you functionality. They draw sprites, 3D models, simulate physics, arrange user interfaces, etc. Resources are data containers. Man, even in the documentation, they're pointing me towards resources. They don't do anything on their own. Instead, nodes use the data contained in resources, which is kind of what I'm going for. Anything Godot saves or loads from disk is a resource, be it a scene, an image, a script, whatever. Here are some resource examples: texture, script, mesh, animation, audio stream, blah, blah. When the engine loads a resource from disk, it only loads it once. If a copy of that resource is already in memory, trying to load the resource again will return the same copy every time. That's awesome. That's a nice benefit it does under the hood. We talked about that with the caching thing already on the in the actual documentation reference. Every object, be it a node or a resource, can export properties. So because they both inherit from object. There are many types of properties like string, integer, vector2, etc. Any of these types can become a resource. This means that both nodes and resources can contain resources as properties. External versus built-in. There are two ways to save resources. They can be externals to a scene, saved on a disk as individual files, or built-in, saved inside the scene or scene file they are attached to. So, to be more specific, here's a texture and a sprite. So this is internal. The path property tells us where the resource comes from. In this case, it comes from a PNG image called roby.png. When the resource comes from a file like this, it's an external resource. Okay. If you erase the path or this path is empty, it becomes a built-in resource. Okay. The switch between built-in and external resources happens when you save the scene. In the example above, if you erase the path and save, Godot will save the image inside the scene file. Note, even if you use a built-in resource, when you instance the scene multiple times, the engine will only load one copy of it. Loading resources from code. There are two ways to load resources from code. First, you can use load function anytime. You can so load and preload, okay. Loading scenes. Scenes are also resources, but there's a catch. Scenes saved to disk are resources of type packed scene. The scene is packed inside a resource. To get an instance of the scene, you must use the instance method. Makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So based on what I'm seeing, it seems like resources is the way to go, but it just seems kind of silly that Godot doesn't offer much support for it. I mean, I guess the add-ons are just things that should be, I don't know. So either way, resources are used to represent data. Nodes are used to basically interact with that data. From what I'm gathering. I'm trying to wrap my head around it here. So creating your own resources. Like any object in Godot, user can also script resources. Resource scripts inherit the ability to freely translate between object properties and serialized text or binary data. They also inherit the reference counting memory management from the reference type. Okay. This comes with many distinct advantages over alternative data structures such as JSON, CSV, or custom TXT files. Users can only import these assets as dictionary or a file to parse. What sets resources apart is their inheritance of object, reference, and resource features. They can define constants, so constants from other data fields or objects are not needed. They can define methods, including setter or getter functions or methods for properties. This allows for abstraction and encapsulation of the underlying data. If the resource's script structure needs to change, the game using the resource need not also change. That is handy. They can define signals, so resources can trigger responses to changes in the data they manage. They have defined properties, so users know 100% that their data will exist. Resource auto serialization and deserialization, that's hard to say for me, is a built-in Godot engine feature. Users do not need to implement custom logic to import, export, or resource files data. Okay. Extends resource. Okay. Resource scripts are similar to Unity's scriptable objects. Okay. Unreal Engine 4's data tables and curve data tables are also easy to recreate with resource scripts. Data tables are a string mapped to a custom struct, similar to dictionary mapping a string to a secondary custom resource script. Okay. Warning, beware that resource files will store the path of the script they use in the file. When loaded, they will fetch and load the script as an extension of their type. This means trying to assign a subclass, i.e. an inner class of a script, using the class keyword won't work. Godot will serialize custom property. Okay, so don't do subclasses. Got it. So after that whole mouthful, what do you guys think? You guys think I should do resources? I think it's going to be the way to go, apparently. Seems to be the thing. So let's see in the video how he made a resource. So he created a new script. He gave the script a class name and made sure that it extends a resource. From there, he just exported the variables. This gives us the type safety as well as some autocomplete functionality. So if we wanted to refactor this as a resource, let's take a look at my auto loads. Let's start with something simple. Let's start with upgrades. We're working on upgrades now, and they're such a pain in the ass. I don't even have that many of them. So let's kind of do what he did. Let's do in my resource. Let's create a new folder. I think at this point, it's more about finding any last actual arguments to not make things resources. I think you should just find something small and just do it. I think so too. I think this upgrade stuff is already small enough that if I get it right now and see how it extends out, it'll be nice. So now let's talk about project structure. So he had like a model folder, which is where the resources were like defined. And then he had a data folder that had the implementations of that resource. So for example, he had like a, what was it, like an item model, and then he had for his data, he had like a sword, pickaxe that were of type item. So I don't know if I want to do that same kind of thing or not. Let's just try it out. I'm gonna do like let's see, what should I call it? Resource model? Not sure how I want to structure it. Let's just do what he did for now. I'm going to call this like data models. I'm going to get rid of that space. Data models. I already have data files, which if we open this in File Manager, I have data that's being imported as JSON. So if we open this with text editor, it's basically can we prettify this? Does this have a built-in thing? Tools. No, it doesn't. This is basically just a big ass JSON file of what I'm importing from my star system stuff, so I can eventually build that into the game as well. Cancel. Don't close that. I need that. This can be closed. So let's go. Yeah. So data models. Let's do what he did. A new script. And we're just going to name this one. So ship upgrade. In reality, would upgrade apply to anything else other than a ship? I'm going to call it just upgrade for now. That structure seems odd to me as well, but I'm not sure how else to do it. So yeah, let's just figure it out. So now we have this script. So first thing he did was declare a class name, which I already have a class name named upgrade. So before I get too much farther, let's do this. Open in File Manager. Let's pop open a terminal. Git status. I'm gonna do git add git status. Okay, git commit. Fighting with stuff. Going to try to convert to resources for my data. So there you go. I just committed that. I'm going to push that to my main. And then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to check out another branch. Because in case this shit all fucks up, I don't want to have to manually undo it. I'm just going to go back to this point here. So git checkout -b. I'm going to name this branch resource refactor. Not rec factor, refactor. There we go. So now I'm on a new branch. I'm going to close and reopen Godot just to be safe. Because I remember right, Godot, like just doing that stuff is fine, but like if you were to swap the files in Godot while it's open, it doesn't like that. So let's go ahead and pop open. This is Godot 4. I didn't mean to open that one. I need Godot 3. Here we go. Let's pop this open. All right, so we are in our project. So fun. That is the action of someone who has made that mistake many times in the past. Yes. I have an open source project that loads tens of thousands of lines of JSON to define all the resources. See, I was thinking about just doing JSON because it's a most common like interchange format ever. You can quickly just rig up JSON stuff. If I need to, I can write little functions that can go through and like automatically parse through everything of JSON. Like it's very, very awesome, right? But I want to try to do things in the engine as much as possible because I'm a stubborn bastard. Okay, so now just to verify, git status. On branch resource refactor. Nothing to commit, working tree clean. So we're good to start fucking with shit. So yeah, let's mess around. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this add-ons folder, which has this old Git plugin. Let's just delete that. We don't need that. And just to be safe, I'm going to close and reopen it just to make sure that the project still runs. Still opens up. Okay. We don't have a debugger about the auto load not working anymore, which is fine. And I think I can still run the game. So yeah, I can still run the game and do stuff. Everything's hunky-dory. It's awesome. So, yeah. I have had many errors because of weird text issues. That is true. So, let's go to my data models here. First thing I'm going to do, let's go to upgrades. Let's go to my auto loads first. So auto loads, I also have an upgrade class. So the upgrade class, since I have it in version control, I'm just going to delete this shit for right now. Remove. And classes upgrade, I'm going to close this as well. So now we have this data models upgrade. So we're going to do class, I'm going to actually save. There we go. The class name upgrade. Okay, and then we're going to do extends resource. Okay. Oh, we have to do this first. It by default extends node. Let's extends resource. There we go. Cool. So I don't know if class name, because he had class name up above it. I don't know if that's necessarily important or not, but let's just keep that same convention. So now we basically export the variables about what things we want. So like what is the model for this data? So let's take a look at my upgrades.gd. So all of this was all the shit that I was wanting to store. So I'm just going to copy all of this, right? So let's do this. Let's just put that right in there so I can see what I'm working with here. So export variable. We're going to name this one. I mean, it could be name, but I think name is already taken. Needs a less constant expression. So name is going to be of type string. It takes it. Okay, I know like with nodes, I think, let's check the documentation. So resource, GD script. So resource itself does not have a built-in name property. Object does not have a built-in any property at all. What the fuck? Okay. So I think it's node that had that property. So what the fuck is node? Because node had that name property, I think. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, it seems to not complain about using name. That's fine. Throw the old code into a comment next to where you are working on the new stuff. That's kind of what I did here. The old code only had like a method that returned like for a save file, which is not really necessarily important because all that's going to be defined on this resource itself. So I have all this code here now. This is good. So export variable name string. So we got that. Export variable. Then we're going to do description. Like what is it? This is also a string. I wonder if if you export a variable, does it if I export it and I put comments, does it show up in the autocomplete like when I mouse over it? That's one thing I would like to know. Let's go here. Let's take a look at export. Ba, ba, ba. Export projects. Exporting, export. I just want the export keyword. Export var. Let's search for that. Is it command line tutorial? No, it shouldn't be. Probably under the language reference. Where the hell's that at? Best practices. Okay, we've got manual. Development, class reference, resources. Where is the GD script reference? Fine, let's go search for match. Because I know I searched for that recently. GD script basics, here we go. And let's do a search on here for export. And find me the first one. Oh, that's over there. Fuck that. Saves the variable name variable along with the resource it's attached to and tries to make it visible and modifiable in the editor. So, okay. Variable set get. GD script exports. Class members can be exported. So they put their comment after in their little example here. But they also put them above. Anyway, whatever. Let's not get in the weeds here. So we have description. So actually name is a keyword. You see how it's lit up in a different color than description. So I don't know if I should call it name. Good luck, my dude. Gonna spend a few minutes with my wife before she goes to bed. Thanks for stopping by, man. I'm probably gonna. Oh, it's already 10 o'clock. I might need to stop this and go to bed soon myself. Well, let's get at least something working. Anyway, thanks for hanging out and giving me some advice here. I really appreciate it. The name. Let's see. What are we gonna do here? Can't use name. That's a built-in thing. So we could just go with title. That's why I named it as. But yeah, we'll do that. So we'll just do name of the upgrade. And then we're going to do description of the upgrade. We'll do example. So we'll say name of the upgrade, example, booster. Example, makes your ship go super fast, right? And then what do we have next? Export variable. So we have scene path. We don't necessarily need that, but we do need scene, which is of type packed scene. And we can just say the scene, yeah. The scene to do, make a better comment, right? Whatever. Upgrade name. Title is better. Now I'm really out. Okay, later, man. Thank you. So title, scene path, base price. So we need to know how much it costs. So the base price of this upgrade can be modified by location specific. See, this doesn't need to have knowledge of anything outside of this resource. So export variable base price, which is of type float. And then we have the required mass. So the required amount of available mass in order to install this upgrade on your ship. Export variable require. I'm just going to rec mass. I could do the full required mass, which is an int, because that's stored as whole numbers, not decimals. Let's see, determines how many of this upgrade can be installed on your ship at any one time. So export var limit is also an integer. So then we have the effects about like what that does. So I guess the effect itself might be another resource. So I might have to have like a resource that's like upgrade effect. It's basically like a not subclass, but sub data type, right? So upgrade effect. Yeah, because then I can make the effects like, okay, fuck yeah, we're gonna do that. I think it just clicked for me. New script. We're going to go with upgrade effect. We're going to bust in this. We're going to get rid of all this shit. We're going to say class name upgrade effect. And this is going to extends resource. And then so we're going to define what the what an effect can do. So let's think about this logically. Let's take this. I'm going to ask Claude to see what he thinks. I'm going to go with the resource approach for now. Let's focus on that. Here's an example of what an entry in my upgrades list would look like. As I'm working through converting this to a resource that has a class name of upgrade, I'm wondering how I should approach the effects, which, to be completely honest, I have not thought out that much. Should I make sub resources, like resources for effects and things as well? So then I'll put in here, I'll just paste that for Claude here. We'll see what Claude says. Looking at your upgrade structure, you have a couple different types of effects happening. Numeric effects, acceleration speed, strafe speed, those modify existing stats. Boolean capacity effects, radar, mech, sensor bio, etc. These enable disable features. Tag-based requirements for upgrade compatibility. Here's two approaches you could take. Simple resource with typed effects. So it looks like it did class name upgrade effects, extends resource. We could have those effects there. Capability flags. Approach 2, flexible effect system with resources. So stat modifier effect, apply to ship. I don't think it should have necessarily that function, but capability effect. So we have effects, array of effect resources. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. So for upgrade effect, let's go to that real quick. So basically, what does it do? Like the effect itself has a stat that it affects that corresponds to something on the ship. But that's nasty. Anyway, whatever. It's starting to get late, man. I've already second guessed and third guessed myself so much tonight. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it for now. Let's go into my file manager again. Let's pop open terminal. Get status. We are on our resource refactor branch. I'm going to get add, get status, get commit, removed some stuff, removed add-ons, we'll say old add-ons, and also started converting my upgrade class into resources. There we go. Get push origin, and I keep wanting to put main here, but I'm going to put resource refactor. So I just pushed that branch to GitHub, so now I have that there. All right, and I'm done for the night. It is after 10. My head hurts. I need to sleep on it, is what I need to do. But anyway, thanks everybody for hanging out. It's been fun. It's been real. It's been real fun. Wow, there's 6 of you guys watching now. Amazing. Listen to me ramble. Anyway, thank you all so much for hanging out. I'm going to end the stream. And let's see. What am I going to stream next? So I'm probably going to work on this in my spare time, off stream over the weekend maybe, depending on how busy I am with my sons. And then I think I'm going to do another stream on Monday. So yeah, we'll see how Monday turns out, but I'll probably stream next on Monday. Maybe a late night Sunday stream too. I'm not sure. We'll see. Anyway, thanks so much for watching. I appreciate it. I do have a Discord if you guys want to check that out. It's on my, if you look at my channel, studio, let's take a look at my channel. So my channel, if we view it, it's right in the description, like right in the tag there. So you can join it if you want. I got lots of memes. I got lots of sections and stuff set up here. So yeah, I got TTRPG stuff for people who watch that. I got game dev stuff. I got video game stuff. I got, yeah, I got memes. Memes are great. Anyway, yeah, check it out. If not, don't worry about it. I will talk to you guys in the next one, and hopefully I can get this game back on track, because, woo, I am struggling. Anyway, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. See you next